Okay, looks like we are live. Hello, hello, everybody. I am here with Suzannah Alexander, Diogenes and
Mhm.
Exile. Welcome. It is an honor to have you.
Oh, thank you.
And, well, do you want to introduce yourself and say a little bit about your background, and then we can get into your story?
Okay, well, I am a mom of four grown adults now, mostly adults. My youngest is, they just had their birthdays, so um, they're all mostly born in February and January. So my youngest is 19 now,
Oh, wow.
and I, I moved to Tennessee back in 2017, 2018, and got divorced. And I went back to get a degree in counseling so that I could go back to work because 25 years of being a stay-at-home parent and homeschooling and that sort of thing. It's just it's hard to fit that into a resume in a way that people are like, oh wow, yeah, that was really kind of, you did do a lot of things. So I was going to go back to get my degree in counseling, and what I found was just an absolute nightmare. It's a nightmare.
When
That
when was this that you went back?
I was in from 20 August 2022 to January of 2023.
So this was after COVID, when wokeness was really beginning to peak.
Yes. Yes.
And okay, well, tell us about it. What did you what did you find? And was this an online program, or you were like actually in a
Oh,
classroom
I was
setting?
in a classroom. Yeah, it was at the University of Tennessee, which
Oh
is,
my God! Even this happened in Tennessee?
oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, in a sit down classroom. And in fact, one of the things that I found after the fact is that the um person who was in charge of the program when I was there at the same time was also the president of the ACEs organization, which is the branch of the American Counseling Association that is for educators and supervisors. So the head of the organization that tries to bring together all educators all across the country. So definitely setting a tone there for what this profession is about here. Um, but I went in, and I had been very interested in psychology. I had done just like tons and tons of reading in psychology since I was in high school. Probably should have gotten my undergraduate in psychology, but didn't. But I was very aware of different classifications for certain kinds of behavior, the kinds of things that can be problematic in certain situations. And I had been to therapy before I had gotten my divorce, so I knew what it was like on the other side of the table as well. So I had certain expectations as to what material was important, what things would be covered, how you would want to talk to somebody. And I had also done a lot of lay counseling as a La Leche League leader. And then, as part of the church that I had been part of, I helped in mediation and worked on their committee on ministry, and did a lot of things that were counseling adjacent, where we had to interact with members of the congregation that were having a problem with
Hmm.
the ministry. And it was at a time, I didn't realize it at the time, but it was an early version of wokeness that was coming through. It was a Unitarian church.
Oh
So
yeah.
it was, it was like a precursor. And I ended up, they were having a huge dispute there, and I ended up having to like pull out of the church because they could not, you know, there was no communal spirit anymore. People were just fighting and chasing off ministers. It was terrible.
What
But
what period was this? What about what time? What year?
that was from 2010 to 2015.
Okay.
So it was early on. I thought at the time, I thought that it was localized. I thought that that particular church was struggling since gay marriage had been legalized. They had kind of lost their purpose. They didn't know what they were doing. And from my point of view, I felt like they had defined themselves in opposition to conservative Christian churches. So once it was acceptable for anybody to get married, they didn't know who they were anymore. They didn't have foundational values that grounded them as to how they should behave outside of how we're going to be different than this other group. So anyway, that was all what brought me, that was the wave that I was riding as I went into the counseling department. And I thought that, this was going to be great. I was so excited to learn about more psychology because I pick up textbooks and I can just read them because that's kind of how I'm wired. It's like that. Oh, this is really interesting. And when we came in at our orientation, they made a show to say, now we want everybody to think of this as a brave space. And, we're going to be confronting you with concepts and stuff and, asking you to be vulnerable about your past and all of these other things so that you can learn how to uh, emotionally connect and help guide other people through their problems. So, of course, me being me, I took this as, oh, brave space, great, I can do this. I don't feel like I'm hung up about talking about any part of my past or, being emotionally vulnerable. It's part of what I think would have made me at least a good therapist, I would hope. So I go in there and, in order to keep myself engaged, I like to answer questions and talk and be part of the classroom experience. And one of the things that I noticed fairly quickly is that there were definitely some people that just they did not talk, which kind of like, well, okay, maybe they're just really, really introverted. I didn't know. Um, but I did note that there were, it was noteworthy from my past experience in school that so many people just weren't talking at all in a class for a profession where you want to have a communication style where
Yeah.
there's a back and forth. I guess I mean, I don't know what exactly I expected, but
And this was even in Tennessee. I still can't
mm-hmm,
get over that. And were
yeah,
these mostly younger people?
mm-hmm,
That- Okay.
yeah, yeah. I was the only person there that had kids, much less had grown kids. In fact, one of my kids was also at the university at the same time,
Oh.
and I was pretty initially I was pretty excited about that because I thought, wow, maybe one of these days we can ride together and talk about our experience. I thought it would be great. um, but not too far into that, um, very early on, there a conversation came up about how you could manage your feelings in a situation where there was, like a lot of tension with a client,
Hmm.
and you basically needed to like not be thinking about yourself. And I happened to mention, I didn't mention it as Buddhism because like Buddhism is the foundation of two different psychological therapies, dialectical behavioral therapy and acceptance and commitment therapy. Both are heavily derived from Buddhist practice. And the central practice of Buddhism is the doctrine of the non self, basically, where you try not to think about yourself so much. Um, I liken it a little bit to a joke that they tell about being a Buddhist. What does the Buddhist ask for, on his hot dog? Make me one with everything.
Oh God.
It's a bad joke, but I think I think it kind of gets across the idea is that you're trying to diffuse your sense of self, which otherwise it's kind of an arcane concept. And in the past, before going to counseling, I was kind of unsure if I was ever really explaining it very well, because it is kind of an arcane way to think about how you think in your own head. And when I said that, I said that, well, what you could do is you can reduce your focus on your identity and view your client through the lens of your values. And apparently that was not the way to talk about it, because one of the other students called me out and said, right, like it was like in the first couple of days, said, it is a privilege not to have to think about your identity. And I'm like, well, what
My
what
God.
what do you mean? Like, this is something that you have to practice. It's not a privilege. It's just something that you can do. If you want to, you can work on it. I didn't say that out loud, but I'm like, at the
Oh.
time I noted it, and I'm like, that's really strange. And none of the professors really said anything at the time. But as class was letting out, the professor came up to me and said that practice, was questionable and might be invalidating to other identities. And I'm like, wow, I really must have explained this wrong, because that made absolutely no sense to me. He might as well have said, you might want to, try expressing that with cheese and some ketchup. It's just like, it's like this, what are you talking about? I could not grasp that there could be anything wrong with that. And within the next day or so, another one of my professors who hadn't been in the classroom came up to me and told me that practice could be harmful to other people.
My
And that I should reconsider that. And I ended up going in to talk to my advisor, and they reiterated that would have been okay a few years ago, but it's not okay anymore. You can't do
Did they
that.
say why, like what the harm is?
Well, they said that it was invalidating to other identities.
But a few years ago it would not have been.
I guess not. Yeah, I was so dumbfounded. I didn't really even know how to respond. I'm just, like I couldn't wrap my head around that. It just made no sense. And I assumed that I must have really explained it wrong, because it's like, this is part of these two theories. We're actually going to be, learning about that one in, a couple weeks. And I just, I figured that I just wouldn't, bring that up, or, I'd try and clarify at some point. And I went on, they didn't say that, you have to stop right now, or, you're going to be in jeopardy of something. It's just kind of like, it just struck me as kind of weird and out of left field.
Yeah, I'm still trying to grasp it myself.
Yeah. And so as the as the semester progressed, um, I, there were a couple of other incidents that came up, and I was so much older than my classmates. I didn't really have much of a connection with them, and spending all of our time writing and reading in these textbooks and getting presentations. And one of the presentations that we got, they introduced multiculturalism. This was an ethics class, and we were told that we were given this visual, this circle that comes from the multicultural social justice competencies. that come from the American counseling situation. And it's basically like this big red circle that has, it has 4 points on it where, you're oppressed or you're privileged. And then you figure out where you are and where the client is, and that's how you should be interacting with the client. And and you could tell whether or not you're oppressed based on your skin color. If you're white, you obviously are privileged. And they went into detail about how it was important to be mindful of how your whiteness might be impacting your clients, and that it was also inappropriate to talk to any Black or people of color practitioners to say, it's like, well, what is your experience like? Because that would be burdening them,
My
not
God.
just with your presence, but having to explain to you, how you should be understanding their experience. And so you were told to do the work, but like you're not supposed to talk to anybody about it. I'm not sure how you're supposed to do the work other than sit there and stereotype people. So it's kind of like, okay, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We were also warned that in the following semester, we were going to be going through this multicultural counseling class, which everybody talked about it. This was going to be really hard. Everyone had a hard time in this class. And, you need to think about your privilege and identify a group that you had racist feelings toward so that you
My
could
God.
so that you could work on that in the multicultural counseling class. Like you're going to do like this whole big report and stuff about whatever group that you feel racist toward. And we were also encouraged to share about experiences where we had been racist to people in the past. um, you know all kinds of other personal or private experiences. We were taught how to, what they call broaching, is how you, this was in skills class, how you bring up race in the counseling setting. So you try and kind of work the counseling scenario into talking about race. And it's kind of like, huh, wow.
I've heard that from other professionals that it's part of the code of ethics now or something where you're expected to do this broaching. Even
Hmm.
if the client is not even there for anything related to it, you're supposed to find a way to introduce it.
Yes. Hmm.
Did you know what wokeness was or social before this at all, or was this your first encounter
I
with that kind of craziness?
So because I homeschooled my kids, I didn't really get into the CRT debates of what was going on in schools. So, I, I mean, I had remembered enough from my early college experience that I knew that the gender studies was kind of crazy. I remember hearing about the where James Lindsay and Peter
Help.
Boghossian
Oh
had
yeah.
done. I remember hearing about that, and I heard about that, and I'm like, oh well, that's great. That solved that problem. Of course, an embarrassment that bad, they could not proceed beyond that, could they? They,
You talking about the grievance hoaxes?
yeah, the
Yeah.
grievance, yeah, the grievance hoaxes. And it never occurred to me that that would have gotten loose into other parts of the university, particularly after that. I mean, to me, that whole hoax studies seemed so embarrassing, so like phenomenally embarrassing. It never would have occurred to me that they would have continued on. And so yeah, I didn't know what it was. And even the early version that had been happening at the Unitarian Church, it hadn't really coalesced into what we would call wokeness yet. At that time, in that particular church, and really, I've since found out that it was happening all over in the Unitarian churches, is that they were going through this splintering kind of process, not really sure what they stood for.
Well, one of the roots of wokeness is in Unitarianism, and
Hmm.
that's their publishing house is the one that published White Fragility, Robert D'Angelo's book.
Fantastic. That seems appropriate. That seems appropriate.
So then, okay, what what happened next? How far into the class did you make it? Because I would already be walking out, and we're what at the like second or third week.
Well, because I didn't really know what I was dealing with, and I had gone in there, with an open mind to see what I could learn, I was trying to look at it and be like, well, my thinking was like, this is weird, but maybe there's some value here that I just haven't picked up on yet. I mean, I thought the whole lecture with the social justice was a little off the rails. um, but I thought, I don't really have to focus my attention on that. I can just focus more on the psychology. I mean, they didn't seem to suggest that everybody had to be identical, at least not at that point, in how they took on these values. And like, I could listen to them and understand what they want, and write it back in terms of the, like, the papers and that sort of thing. But I didn't like it. It didn't resonate with me as like this was a positive thing. I was more still trying to figure out exactly what it was that I was dealing with. I didn't really know exactly what was happening. And so when I got pulled in, this was in the middle of the semester, right around the middle of the semester, I got pulled into my advisor's office, because they had gone through, they do periodic evaluations of student dispositions, which, since I have your dispositions are your commitments, your values, your beliefs, and your behavior, which is this is wildly unconstitutional in a state school. Which I didn't know that is how it was working or how that was functioning. I learned that later when I researched the accreditation code. But they had done their first round of evaluation, and
That
somebody,
sounds creepy. Say the things again.
yeah,
The
it's your commitments, your values, your beliefs, and your behaviors. So that's what they are evaluating you on. They call them the professional dispositions. And we were told at various points that you can have straight A's, but if your dispositions are bad, then you won't be allowed to advance. But
bad according to what?
exactly.
Who decide?
Well, the way that they were initially characterized to us was, it was being professional, like be on time, make sure that you're turning in your work, have good communication with your professor. But they also slipped in some other things when they started talking about microaggressions. Then it kind of compounded, and then it was, well, you want to make sure that you are not microaggressing on your classmates or on the professor, by, not just by what you said, but also by how you carried your body and your body language. So you could, for example, be looking down when a classmate came by, and if they took that as a microaggression, that means your disposition is bad. So I did not, it wasn't fully clear that that's how that was going to work out initially. That came as the semester went along, that got clarified. And it was just, absolutely stunning, you know, and that's what they were evaluating.
And
And
these were other students. That it sounds like a license for people to find an issue with anything about anybody.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that the classmate that initially called me out, I think that they complained about my behavior. I suspect that they did. Um, and when I was pulled in for, you know, being, the professors had identified that I had some problems. I was told that I was transphobic and that my
Oh my.
thinking was too concrete. And, mind you, I marched in the Knoxville Pride Parade in, I think it was 2017 or 2018, right around when I got here. So it's like, what are you talking about? It just did not make sense to me. So, like, I had also known somebody who I had grown up with back in North Carolina who had transitioned like 30 years ago. And, at the whole procedure was so different. There was a long process of consideration, of thinking it through. I was not at all familiar with this new affirming model. So what they want for you to do now, if somebody comes in and says that they have some gender identity issues, you're just supposed to immediately affirm the new identity, not like you would have 30 years ago where it's like, well, okay, let's talk about this before we, roll out the medical red carpet, like a sensible person, you know.
Exploratory therapy.
Right. Yeah, none of that. It's supposed to be affirming, and like that to me sounds like malpractice. And that was when I started. I was having a hard time at that point thinking clearly because we were getting so many mixed messages, and I was really starting to suffer from the pressure because I'm having to read these textbooks, write different essays, and we were having to write about our values as they applied to multicultural aspects. Um, Throughout the semester. So, like, we were having to write about being self aware as it applies to multiculturalism, what it is to be committed, so that you're supposed to be inculcating these values. And I complained about that. I complained to one of my professors and said, this is out of step with my life stage. It's like, I have raised 4 kids. I think that I know myself, I know my values, I know what I'm about. It's like my values happen to include these values, generally speaking, but I really did not. I didn't appreciate having to, like, prove myself in these essays. How I live and relate to my values. I feel like those my values are for me, and I
E-
said
e-
that to my professor.
Especially knowing that they're being judged and evaluated to see if they're fit for, I don't know, what's meeting some kind of standard that somebody's determining that can be used against you.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that got me some more bad marks.
I'm also thinking about autistic people because when I hear that your thinking is too concrete
Mhm.
and that body language, if you're not aware enough of your body language, all of that is going to be used against autistic people.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And one of my kids is on the spectrum. So, yeah, it's
I
horribly
think she
insulting.
did. You talked to Leslie, right?
I did. Hmm.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
she did. Ninja.
Hmm. Yeah.
So okay, so you're still halfway through. Like you made it that far to the midpoint.
Yep. I finished the semester. Um, but, and I got good grades. I had 3 A's and a B+. So, I can do their busy work.
So
I
this
just,
wasn't even just one class. This was multiple
oh yeah, this
classes
was,
in
this
the
was,
curriculum.
yeah, 4 classes. It was a full semester. Um, and as the semester progressed, so the difficulties that I was experiencing after I had that meeting with my advisor and found out that my thinking was wrong, um, and that I apparently I'm transphobic. I thought that had to have been just a misunderstanding. It's like, you know, because I know that I'm not. I'm not afraid of people who are trans, generally speaking. Um, not people who today would be called, or would in the past have been called transsexual. I got to say, some of my feelings on that have changed after I've seen how um, strident and even violent some of the trans activists are.
They're bullies.
Yeah, they can be pretty scary, and I think that's the appropriate response. But that's not that's not phobic. Appropriate fear of violence is appropriate. A phobia is an inappropriate fear of something that's not going to hurt you. So, that's just a way to manipulate. But as the semester progressed, I went from that meeting into my small group. So we were having groups class, and they decided, they had changed the what had been our plan for that group, and it became confrontation day, and it became confront me day, and the whole group just kind of exploded. And I'm not going to go into any detail because that we did that under a the auspice of that it would be confidential, but it was a terrible, terrible experience, and did not improve after that. And at that point, I knew that I was really suffering, to have to go in to classes on a regular basis, with so much tension with my classmates, with the staff, not feeling like they were, you know, really behind me. It didn't feel like they wanted me to do well. I felt judged and wrong. It was a real shame kind of feeling that is not typical for me. And so I reached out. I knew that I had been told in that meeting if I didn't get my transphobia and my concrete thinking straightened out, I was going to get a support
What,
plan.
what does that even mean? Did they say what the concrete thinking
Well,
was?
my ethics professor had said that the way that I had responded in a couple of my essays, he thought that that was indicative of my thinking being concrete. Now, one of them was the very first essay that we turned in, and we were given like this personality test where you're supposed to go through and it shows, your different vulnerabilities, and then you were supposed to write to the professor about your vulnerabilities. And in my essay, I wrote that I hadn't even met the professor at this point. So I'm like, I really don't feel comfortable writing about my vulnerabilities. We haven't even spoken. You could at least offer me a drink or something first. I I'm having a good time. I have a sense of humor. It's like, you should offer a woman a drink before you want to get into your. And he took that as evidence of my thinking being too concrete. And there was a
I don't even. I still don't get it. Like, first of all, what's wrong
yeah,
with concrete thinking? They're presenting like some kind of bad thing that you're not supposed to do.
right,
And
yeah,
then making a joke about offering me a drink is not even concrete thinking.
yeah. I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought so. But yeah, that's how it was. And then there had been another uh, ethics paper where we had been presented with this situation where we had a client in school who had been bullied, but she was now in a better place. She had a boyfriend, and she was going to go out to what they called this farm party, but it's farm with PH. And the idea of this party was that everybody brings pills and puts them into a bowl, and then you take a handful and eat them. So this is an ethics scenario. And as the, from the standpoint of being a school counselor, how would we manage that situation? Would we call her parents? Would we alert the police? Would we have a conversation with her? And I wrote in my response to that because when I did the research on the farm parties, I looked, I'm a pretty good
Is this a
researcher.
real thing? Are kids doing this?
Well, so the thing was, when I did the research on it, all of the information that I turned up was that was an urban legend, that these things never happened. So in my write up of it, I said that, first I would want to confirm that this was really happening, and that what might be happening is that these peers of hers that were inviting her to this farm party might actually be setting her up to be bullied, because she had been bullied in the past.
Hmm.
And because I thought about it in that way, rather than just taking what was there, that was too concrete. It was too
That's that's
too
that's
concrete.
like the opposite of concrete.
Uh, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Um, but I ended up in these support meetings. So after this kind of all blew up in the small group, I recognized that, I can either step forward and say, I need a support plan, um, as a way to show that I have initiative, and that, I am taking responsibility for my situation, like an adult would. Um, or I could wait until I was given a support plan. So I felt like there really was no way to get finished with this semester without there being a support plan. So I reached out at that point and said, I think I need a support plan, because, my mental health was just in the tank. I was in between our sessions. I was going and, crying for like an hour, and then going back to my next class. And then I'd get in my car and I'd cry my way home. It was so awful. It was so awful. Um, but I was committed. I was going to get my work done, and I was going to at least persevere through that semester. And I had at least some hope that maybe the support plan would be supportive. It says support plan. What I learned when I got in those is that is re-education. That's where they really apply pressure to students to try and get them to change their values, and that's what they tried to do to me. I was criticized. When I tried to speak about my point of view, I was cut off. They tried to do this really kind of fake sort of empathy, but it just made me feel dirty and disgusting. And they were like, it's like, so you feel like you're, really out of step in these other things. And I'm like, I don't really, I'm not really feeling that with you guys here in this little room. It was with two professors. Um, and, I was told that I needed to accept these values, the ones, the multiculturalist, the um, oppressor oppressed narrative, and all of that. That's what I was not correctly getting. And as things went along, and I still wasn't getting it, then I started to be told by one of the professors that now my thinking is also legalistic, that that my classmates in the group were, just trying to be so loving to me, and I just wasn't accepting the love. And I said, I don't feel like this is loving. I was told that, what I should do is I should go in front of the class and I should share all of these feelings with the class. And I said, I think I need to be compassionate to myself and not do that. Um, and, then I was told that, all of the other students, that I was terrible at skills and that the other students were just humoring me and telling me that I was doing a good job in my skills class. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. And, it was abusive, um, not okay. Um, and really, there should be some accountability from the university for how I was treated. Um, that's what
How
it was
how
like.
did the students end up with so much power over the individuals in the class? Like, where's the professor's role in all of this? It seems like the students' whims could drive a lot of this.
Well, I think there's a strange relationship between the students and the professors. Um, for people who are from the South, and there's the old Brer Rabbit stories, where Brer Rabbit is always trying to get away and hide in the thorn bushes, and Brer Rabbit would say, it's like, oh, please, please don't throw me in the thorn bushes, don't throw me in the thorn bushes anywhere but there, knowing that that's how they get away because they won't, the other animals won't be able to get to them in the thorn bushes. I think that there is a strong element of that in what the professors are doing. They have cultivated this multicultural mindset and this victim mentality for years in our schooling system now. And the professors all, we were all screened to be in this program. They knew who they were getting to be in this program. And I think that what they were doing is they were looking for people that had enough emotional volatility that they could program them and indoctrinate them with these ideals and then set them out to be social justice warriors. I mean, I've done some analysis on it in my Substack, writing about how the way that this program is organized, and you can see it. I mean, I could see it in my experience, but you can see it in the textbooks if you don't have that experience. The way that these programs are organized is to break students down and to reintroduce this kind of ideology and then let them loose on the general public.
Activists, they're creating activists, not
Yes. Mm-hmm.
necessarily counselors.
Right. And so they want the students to have a certain amount of emotional volatility and uh, complain. They want them to complain from this victimized standpoint. So they're encouraging that kind of behavior, even if they may say, oh, it's coming from the students, it's a problem. That's I think that's a misdirection.
And then the counselors recruit the clients into activism as well through this
Yes.
broaching and
Mm-hmm.
internalized oppression and all this other
Yes.
stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because their problems, whatever individual problem they're there for, is not their fault, it's not caused by them, it's because of systemic oppression and power structures and all that. So they're just victims of some external system.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, what did you make it through a semester?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you did the
Yep.
first semester.
I made it through. Got 3 A's and a B plus.
Did you go back?
I did not. I was told I was brought in 5 days before Christmas for one last of these support sessions, and told that I wasn't going to be allowed to advance to practicum, because they thought that I might be a harm to the other students, and that I needed more time to learn their values. And
So they gate kept you right out of the profession.
yep, yep. And yeah, I was told that, I could stay in the program and it would be at a minimum an additional year before I, you know, could get into practicum, because they only do it in the spring sessions, which would have meant a whole nother year of tuition, a whole nother year out of the workforce. And I had decided before I went into that meeting that if they were going to kick me out, I was done with this. I'm not going to put up with that. And so when they told me that, I knew that I was not coming back. And, it took me a little while to get my stuff together. And then I pulled out of the program just before it restart in January.
I don't know a single healthy person that would succeed at that program or even stay in that program. So they're not like nobody that graduates from this program is gonna be healthy or know what
Yeah.
health is.
No, no, they're not. I mean, so if you don't believe in this, the choice you have is to either internalize all of this indoctrinating stuff about being oppressed and, allow the indoctrination to happen, or you just lie to yourself. You hide your true feelings. You betray yourself, and, you know, and pretend, play the game. And I think that even if you started out with good mental health, there's no way you could go through 2.5 years of self betrayal and
I could
still have good
barely
mental
sit
health.
through listening to your account of it with all of the cognitive dissonance, the double messaging, the language games.
Hmm.
What so you've been doing some research into KCREP and
Hmm.
the licensing agencies that regulate the counseling profession. How did you jump from this class to that? And do you want to talk a little bit about what KCREP is and how the profession is regulated?
Yes. Well, let me start by, so when I came out of that program, uh, you know, after going through a period where I would just, I went through several weeks where I would just sit, and I had this little, one of those little frames that has sand in it, and you turn
Oh
it
yeah,
over and it
I
makes the
love those.
mountains. I mean, I sat for like 3 or 4 weeks just flipping one of them over every day. I was so um, traumatized from this. And as I started to come out of it, like, I had to force myself to get paperwork together to file a complaint, and I did that. Um, and
With the university.
with the university, I really had no idea how to go about redressing what happened. I really, at that point, I couldn't even verbalize what had happened to me because I didn't know enough about critical theories and the whole ideology behind that to be able to put it together in a way that made sense. And so, I started to watch a lot of YouTube videos that talked about it. And I was so paranoid. Oh my God. I remember one of the first YouTubers that I came across was trigonometry. And I started watching their videos, but I was a little bit scared of watching their videos because part of my brain had internalized some of this stuff, and I'm like, am I racist if I watch their
Oh
videos?
my
And
God! Did they
like,
have you thinking you were racist? That you might be
well,
racist?
so there was a um, there was an internal conflict. So there was a part of me that was telling me this is some batshit crazy stuff. But then there was also a part of me. I mean, when you're being told over and over and over again that you're wrong, that you're bad, when you have an entire social group, and I was spending, because you spend so much time reading those textbooks and in that classroom and then in those support sessions, it does have an effect. And so I had to go through this process where I kept telling myself, it's like, no, that's not you. Those thoughts are not you. Those thoughts are crazy. And you need to just, you're okay. You're a good person. And I would just have these like waves of feeling like I must be a terrible person. I mean, because I had come into this, fresh off of getting divorced. This is not
Oh,
a, it's not and it was not an easy divorce. And, to have that, it was really, really hard. And so I did have to talk myself through it. It was really painful. Um, it was really hard.
wow.
Um, but I did get through it, and I did keep watching trigonometry. And I'm not racist, and neither are they. I think they're pretty great. Um, and
That's the one with Konstantin Kisnik
Constantine
and the
Kissen,
British guy. Yeah.
yeah. Um, yeah, and I watched their videos and started to learn what this was. I found Peter Boghossian's videos that were really short, talking about the word games that were being played there. That was really helpful, because it helped me to separate what the words that I was being told and what they meant to me versus what this whole other meaning that they had, embedded in them. They were not, and it made it clear that they were not being upfront about what they were asking and what they were saying. It's that thing, nobody ever willingly joins a cult. Nobody would ever willingly walk into one of these programs if they had any idea what they were going to be like. This is just, it's terrible. So as I work through that and I get myself to a better place, and I'm starting to put things together. Like one of the things that I did, to try and get myself better is, I like to write fairy tales. That's a
Oh,
way that I kind of process things. And I realized I was messing around with Chat GBT, trying to get it. It's like, make a fairy tale where this, and this happens. And I realized that I was trying to rewrite Animal Farm. Like I did, like over and over
wow.
again. And I'm like, oh, oh, this is bad. And so at that point, I realized that in order to like emotionally work through all of this, I needed to understand how the field got to where it was, because like this can't be, it can't be a one off. There's no way that this program could be just off in left field working in this way. And so that's when I started to research KCREP. And KCREP is it stands for the Council of Association or something for Education and Counseling and uh, something else there. But it's the important thing to know about KCREP is that it is the accreditation body for counselor training programs, and it covers 472 universities across the country, totaling just under 1,000 different degree programs in counseling. And at any given time, they have about 80,000 students across the country in, working their way through these programs, and they're graduating cohort after cohort, people going through very similar programs. So that's when I dug into it and I started to find out that this ideological basis goes back to the 1980s. I have recently dug back into that, and I found some mentions of it as early as 1981.
Well,
Um,
It looks like KCREP started in 81. It's the
yes.
Council for
Mhm.
Accreditation of Counseling and Related Educational Programs. So it
Yes.
oversees all of these training programs for counselors.
Yep. That's it. Yeah, and they did get started in 81. and there was at the time there's this there were these sets of large meetings. So it's like a get together of all of the leadership in counseling. So these meetings, and the first big one was in 1988, and it was sponsored by Chi Sigma Iota, which is the like the society for graduate students. It's comparable to like a sorority or something, but it's specific to counseling, and it's supposed to be a professional organization. And the people that get inducted into Chi Sigma Iota are sort of being tapped to be the future leadership going forward. So they're the ones sponsoring these meetings along with the national uh, boards. You have the American Counseling Association is there in their early form. KCREP is there, the leaders of KCREP. The ACEs leaders are there. And all of the major organizations, their leadership are there at these meetings. And the first one was in 1988, and they had this big meeting, and there were different speakers, and they talked about that. If you read the document for it, the monograph Counseling Futures, it starts out in the beginning saying, everybody says that predicting the future is a bad idea, and that you can't guess these things, but we're going to do it anyway. And we're going to go through and we're going to imagine our best future. And then, we're going to try and put plans in place to make it happen. And there was one of the guys seems like he was very much a futurist. And he had like 12 different generalizations, he called them, of preferred futures. And these were the things that they were going to work for. And one of the things on there was that they were going to use that counselors would need to adopt multiculturalism as a value, and they needed to impress that upon their clients, that multiculturalism and diversity is a value that they need to accept in order to improve society. That was their, yeah,
Because that's what clients are for, vehicles for improving
right,
society.
right. And what's interesting is I followed the record of that because they had more meetings in 1998, and they revisited it in like 2010. And by the time you get to 2010, they've scrubbed out that they're going to use the counseling space to indoctrinate clients. They've scrubbed that out, but none of these professional organizations have ever disavowed this. And none of these, what struck me is that why would you get together a group that included the accreditation boards, the licensing boards, the association for state licenses? That's a conflict of interest. Those are the groups that are supposed to be overlooking these other groups in order to say whether they're doing a good job or not. You're not supposed to be like mingling and colluding about how you're going to change the direction of the profession. That just, to me, that's not okay. Shouldn't be doing that. But there they are. They come back in 1998. Then that's when they go through and they dole out jobs. And there's a whole account of that where they say at the very beginning that these meetings are by invitation only. And that's important because when you read through the document and they say, okay, we want KCREP, we want you to do this, we want you to do that, and they list in that document what the obstacles will be, one of the first ones that they say are the other counselors that don't agree with this, who obviously were not invited. So it's kind of like, all right, this, I mean, and I was horrified. I was absolutely horrified to think that this group of people who are supposed to be focused on you know, mental health, improving people's mental health, like their direction could not have been any further away from caring about clients. It was all about trying to define their profession so that they could set themselves apart from social work and from psychologists and other branches of therapy. They wanted people to know that counselors were different, and the way that they were going to be different is because they took on advocacy as the hallmark of the profession. And, what does that mean? I don't know. I think that's a really poorly defined concept. And if you're focusing on advocacy as the hallmark of your profession, what happens to mental health counseling? You can't do both. You can't have a focus of two things that are the important part of the profession. So here we are.
Wow. So this sounds like a real conspiracy, like an actual conspiracy. Uh, I didn't realize it went so far back. The capture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. It's crazy. I mean, I generally speaking, I really hate conspiracy theories. They make me angry.
Oh,
It's
me
kind of,
too. I don't.
it's like, show me the proof. Show me the proof. You should have like piles of documents. And now I see myself, I'm sitting here, I'm like, holy shit, I have piles of documents. I really have piles of documents. And like at this point, I've tracked all of the universities. I've been through all of the different universities, all 472 of them, and looked up their multicultural counseling textbooks. I've gotten copies of these multicultural counseling textbooks, and my mind's just blown. I can't believe that this is what they're teaching to people who are supposed to be trying to help people become mentally healthy. This stuff is inducing mental illness all on its own. Just the concept of microaggressions. If you're looking at the world, and you're looking at people's behavior to see if they are microaggressing on you or not, that's disordered thinking. That is, you don't want to be thinking about yourself. It's just
Well,
I
I call wokeness the conspiracy theory that's turning out to be true because it's in federal policy, it's in state policy, it's in documents. I have several. I have a whole playlist of me going into some of these documents and looking at like
Mhm.
in official government policy. So it's a thing. It's really there. It's really happening.
Yeah. Yeah, it's real. And what concerns me the most and what has reoriented me to work on this is that it is a totalitarian mindset. There's not room for disagreement there, and it is a top down approach. And the intent is to tell people what to do, how to think, how to behave.
to
And
to enact their vision of society. It's like a little army to carry out their
yeah,
vision of society that they're determining.
yeah. Hmm.
Well, I want to know two things. What further work are you doing on this, and what can people that want actual mental health care, where can they turn if not the counseling profession?
Well, so what I'm doing is I am, I'm writing on these issues regularly on my Substack,
Here, I'm going to
Diogenes.
drop it again.
Yeah, Diogenes and Exile. And on that Substack, I think it's like my third or my fourth post, I have written about how people can find mental health care in this climate. Because what's really awful for people who need help right now is that it's not just counseling. This has infected most, if not all, of the psychology based professions. You'll find similar problems in social work, psychologists, um, other
Peer count,
kinds.
my own profession, peer counseling. I've watched it creep in.
Oh gosh, okay. Here in Tennessee, last I checked, the certification for peer counseling, it was less of an issue, but I've been concerned that it's going to work its way into that. One of my suggestions has been, number one, look for an older counselor. Find somebody who's been in it for a long time, because they will not have had that kind of thorough programming in university. Um, there are other places to look if you are part of uh, a church or that sort of thing. You can, most pastors have some sort of pastoral counseling that is part of that. Support groups. There are some peer networks
Hmm.
that are helpful. There are a few places that are breaking out. Of course, there's the Open Therapy Network, and there is the Critical Therapy Antidote.
Yeah,
Now,
CTA. I
uh,
put the link to CTA in the chat just now. I'm a part of that network.
oh, good.
It's,
Yeah, there.
yeah, there are little organizations cropping up, but to me, there's small. We don't have the numbers. The critical mass is just not on our side yet. If it ever will be.
Well, my thoughts on that. After I've been to the Tennessee Capitol. I've talked to my legislatures about that. Tennessee has passed some law regarding teaching divisive concepts in higher education. So, in theory, it should be illegal to teach a lot of these things, like to teach that one group is the oppressor and one group is oppressed. Now, I'll say this is not my favorite way to solve this problem, but it is a way that Tennessee has tried. Um, the problem right now is that, and I'm not sure if this is true in other states, but there is an opening for accreditation in which things that accreditation requires are allowed. And so they can get this through despite Tennessee's law. And I have been talking to my lawmakers about that to see, can this loophole be closed? Is there something else that can be done legislatively? The problem is that does take so much time. Right now, most state legislators, their sessions are short. You have like maybe the first 6 months or 5 months of a year that they're in session, and there's a cutoff for when they can introduce new bills, which is within like the first 6 weeks. So if you want to get your legislators to take action on it, you have to plan far ahead. And you might not get it passed the first time. You might even not get it out of committee. So getting getting things changed legislatively is probably going to be the fastest, because the other route is going through the courts. And it's going to be hard to make changes going through the courts, because what you really need to have in court is accreditation itself. I think accreditation is terrible. Um, there's some arguments for why it can be useful, but I think we can find some other ways. And I've been writing about that. But you can't file a lawsuit against accreditors, because they're not the ones that are directly delivering the education. And that's how I came up with the looking up all of the different curriculum across the country for that class, because that shows a pattern that can only be traced back to what's allowed under the accreditation. I just need to, I'd be happy to share that with a law firm if they're ready to take this on, or if somebody has got some good idea to focus this in the right place. But where we need to be looking is at the accreditors to
Which is K
stop
crep. Is
KCREP. Yeah.
what are the potential for alternative accreditation bodies? I know IAPS was looking at that for a while. I think Open Therapy Institute has their own version of continuing education
Hmm.
credits outside of the normal, like the ones offered by the system. Is there the possibility of having options for accreditation to where CREP is not doesn't have the monopoly on it?
I think that it is possible, and I would definitely be in favor of that. What what I'm not sure of, so like if you were to just create a whole new accreditation body, you'd have to you'd have to go through the process. Right now, I'm not sure what it would be since it sounds like the Department of Education is getting ready to go away or might go away. That puts a lot of that in limbo. But that would definitely be a place to start, is to start a new accreditation system and to have competition among that. Now, I would say that the downsides of that is that the problem that accreditation was supposed to be solving was whether or not, so it was instituted in 1953 after the Korean War vets came back and they renewed the GI Bill, and they didn't want the vets to be spending that money where, in going into a dark alley and not getting a good degree. So
Right.
they tapped the accreditors to take on this advisory, not advisory, but a standardizing role to check and make sure that everything was good enough. And if it had stayed that way, it might have been okay. But the problem is that, they're it to have a standard assumes that we know how to teach these concepts, and I don't think that we actually have that. Um, in fact, there's this whole line of inquiry that I'm super interested in, which is super therapists. And super therapists are people that are just, they get, when they document how their clients do head and shoulders above other people's clients. They seem to get much better results. And they don't really know why that is, because it doesn't seem to be related to how much education they've done or their discipline. Super therapists, can not even have had any formal education in counseling. There's one researcher who has been looking into that and trying to figure it out. His name is Scott Miller, if I remember correctly. And the rest of the profession seems to kind of, shove him over into a corner and does not want to look at his work. But I think it's pretty amazing. And I think that we need to have, if we're going to do another accreditation system as a stopgap, just to, find a different way to get away from this indoctrinating pattern, it should be minimal enough that it allows for more experimentation in how classes are done. I mean, I personally think, and the research shows, that most therapists top out, they reach their peak performance after just 50 hours of practice. So I know that's what the research says. That's from his research. Um, that the extended, like, qualifying time, like the degree to get a counseling master's requires, in most programs, is like 60 credit hours, which is way more than to be a physician's assistant, where you would actually cut into people or, do things to internally to their body. And that seems to me wildly excessive, and a lot of the stuff is not necessary for actually doing the profession. So I would think that there would have to be a lot of wiggle room within the accreditation system to allow for more experimentation to happen, so that we can find ways to help people become better therapists. Because I don't think, I mean, if you look at the research from psychology, it's got one of the hugest percentages of the replication
Yeah.
crisis. This is just, it's like they're turning out nonsense and saying, look at this great study I did. So, we've got a lot of wasted time behind us in not actually finding answers to these questions. So,
Ultimately, it's a praxis. We're trying to get the best outcomes for
mhm,
clients. So
yeah.
I like the idea of super therapists because why don't you look at the people who are getting the outcomes that everybody is wanting for the clients and figure out what they're doing? And they're probably all going to be doing a range of different things. I know there's different models, there's different modalities. There's not just a one size fits all therapy for anybody. It's very individualized. That's what the humanistic person centered therapy which was the norm when I was growing up used to be.
Mhm.
So the people that are achieving those results, why can't they just look at what they're doing? Just go study those people and find out who's getting the most desirable outcomes.
Yeah, that would be the sensible choice, and they're not doing it. When I've tried to, like,
then, then someone else step in and do it and show and say, look, we did it. We
yeah.
did this study. This is what works. This is what
Mhm.
you should be teaching.
Yeah. Well, that one researcher, like I said, I think his name is Scott Miller, has done the work on super therapists, and he had a pretty good presentation on that in Psychotherapy Networker, if I'm recalling correctly. Um, I've linked to it several times in my writing. I link to things so I don't have to remember them, but I think that he would be the one to go to for that because he has been doing that, but at the same time, the overall community has not been, in my opinion, anywhere near as receptive of his work as they should have been.
Super shrinks, he calls them. I'm looking them up
Yeah.
now.
Hmm.
The, ultimately, to me, it being it's a market. Being a market, the consumer should ultimately be driving what's accepted, what's looked at. It's not a top down gatekeeping type of industry. It's driven by consumer demand.
Yeah.
And clients are not going to keep going to people that are not helping them achieve their goal, whatever they're there for. So I wonder if there's potential in the consumer movement to drive some of this change. Like clients saying, this is what we want from therapy and we're not getting it. Whoever can give it to us, that's what's going to be the new direction of therapy.
I would certainly hope so. I think that one of the reasons that hasn't happened so far is I don't think that a lot of clients realize going in that that's what they're signing up for. And most people who are going to therapy are going in a point of personal vulnerability, which makes them really kind of an easy target to be manipulated.
I, I, I've said for a while now, we need some kind of like mental health 101 education. What is good therapy? How to find a good therapist? How to know if you have a good therapist? What to expect from therapy? Like consumer education, just
Hmm.
basic consumer education for people that are seeking mental health care.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a good idea. I
Because
haven't.
the more you empower the consumer, you can kind of inoculate against some of that.
That's true. That's a good point. I did in the write up that I did of all of the different options that people do have still right now. One of the things that I brought up is that if you are going into therapy, it's important to go in thinking ahead of time of what your deal breakers are going to be. What your must haves are from a therapist and what your deal breakers are going to be, and bring those up immediately. So if you go into a therapist, and You'd want to, like, if I was going to go into a therapist right now, I would want to ask, what is your stance on, uh, the country being completely racist, systemic racism. Do you see people as oppressed or marginalized? Based on how they answered those questions, um, I think I would have an idea as to whether or not I'd want to stay with somebody or not. If they could pass that gate, then there would be another layer of, well, what are your thoughts on, the best ways for people to be able to solve their problems? How do you conceptualize psychological problems? Do you see it as from outside or from inside? How do you go about helping people to work through those things? But yeah, I agree. I think that would probably be helpful. I think the challenge would be getting that information in front of people before they are at a point where they're desperate and need to get therapy.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, in the age of social media, there's YouTube, blogs, Facebook too. Like, there's ways we know where the eyeballs are, so there's
Hmm.
ways to get the information out there and have it. I don't know. I just think there's so many of us that are kind of informally networked. It would just if I want to harness this potential that we have to make some kind of positive change while we can.
I do too. I do too. And I've talked to some other people who are, in this kind of loose network about having like a big gathering, even if it is just over the internet, to try and have some discussions about how we can go forward. And I think that is definitely the next step. I think that it would be helpful to have a different accreditation. I think it would be helpful to start putting together some parallel processes of how to train therapists. What good, redefine what good therapy looks like. Because I feel like these last, 10, 15 years, these graduates, this is just, judging by the textbooks, this has been pretty bad for a while. It's just kind of finally coming to a head.
Yeah, I mean, if whoever can meet the demand, I think is going to have the competitive edge. And if that can be us, then we need that on the market
Yeah,
so that consumers have that choice.
I agree.
Well, I'm not sure how much time you have, but do you have time for a few questions
Yeah, I have
from
time for a
from?
few. Yeah.
Well, here's one that I think is a great question. Why have therapy at all if it's so broken? If it's built on ideology, shoddy research, how does the profession continue to justify itself at all?
I think that's a real challenge right now. If you are looking at it as a whole, if you look at it from the point of view of individual practitioners, I think that there are a lot of individual practitioners out there that are not ideologically captured, that have a good idea of what good therapy is. Obviously, there's these super therapists out there as well. And there is a verifiable track record that shows that this can help people. Is it the only way to help people? No, probably not. Are there some other avenues that people could go down? Yeah, there are. And I think that this is going to be a considerable wound to the profession as people realize what's happened. I think, when I think about some of the mistakes that psychology has made in the past, like the lobotomies and the role
Hmm.
of it played in eugenics and some other things, recovered memories and that sort of things. Those were all pretty bad. This seems to be so large, and so so much of a betrayal of the clients to, go in and try and make it about race, or, turn them into agents for this. I think that that's going to be pretty bad. And I would love to see, I'm not sure if it would make more sense to try and take back the profession through creating different accreditors, or to just make something completely new. Because we do know that those close relationships, that intimacy can help. And having someone who is outside of your personal network in order to go and bounce your feelings off of and your situations can definitely help an individual to see their own situation more clearly, that they can't quite get from somebody who knows them, even knows them well, because they have a vested interest in how it turns out. I think there's value to that. And it's just it's going to be a matter of restructuring and rebuilding. It might be a little bit messy for a while.
It's still, to me, it's still worth trying than not. I mean, you need that ability to build trust and create that connection. And if current therapists are not able to do that because of the training they're getting or whatever reason, that I think the therapists that can could still provide that, because all good therapists used to be able to do that. That was just a foundational skill set for being a therapist. I think the ones out there that can still do that are going to be able to serve the clients best,
Hmm.
ultimately, for what the client is there for.
Yeah.
Because it's the focus is the client. You're there to help the client with whatever they're coming to you for, not to enact your own agenda for society, not to enlist the client into your activism, etc.
Right. Right. I think that's incredibly important. And, given the amount of loneliness there is in our current situation and how disconnected people are feeling from their communities,
Hmm.
I think that the need to even have just one person, if that's your therapist, to connect to, I think that that's going to be, that can play a critical role in moving us hopefully to a place where we can connect more in our communities. We're ultimately going to have to figure that out, and figure out how do we be more connected inside of our communities. But
To me, community to me is one of the cornerstones of mental health too. Just having outside
mhm,
of a therapist, having a healthy community or social group is also vital to mental health. That's one of the things I try to provide here. Do you have people that agree with you, that sympathize with you, but that don't kind of want to speak out? Do you have people coming to you and with similar experiences and thoughts?
yeah, sometimes I've talked. There were a few students in my cohort. They've all graduated now, so, or or have left the program. I don't know, but there were a few in my cohort that uh, you know shared, after I stepped away from the program, their own concerns. Um, and I have since then, I've talked to a few therapists who have reached out to me after they've heard my story to talk about that. And those that are still in the profession usually want me to keep quiet. And, I have no problem with that.
Oh, about their what they're coming to. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, yes, about how they feel like, there are situations that come up that they are, in order to address them appropriately for the situation, they will have to do something which, if it goes sideways at all, could cost them their license.
Right.
This
Yeah.
is a big problem, especially around the issues with transgender care right now, because what that really requires is a long period of in talk therapy and exploration before it hits this, medical threshold. But that is not currently what is supported in the codes of ethics and in the standards of care. Standards of care are all, move them right in. But this is causing problems in other places. So, like, one of the things I'm working with, FAIR,
Oh
and
yeah. Hmm.
one of the things that they have been spending a lot of attention on in Washington State is where they have had transgender women moved into women's prisons. So men in women's prisons. And some of them have been violent sexual offenders that they're putting in women's prisons. And I haven't talked to any of the therapists up there, but I am aware that a lot of times there will be therapy in prison for people, and that has to be run by someone who is some sort of a therapist. Um, and that puts them in the position, say they wanted to have a therapy group, with the women talking about, maybe some of their trauma from the past, to also have a man in that, and it just like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This is terrible. And that right there, I mean, that situation just, that makes me pretty angry that they're putting women in that kind of a situation.
Washington State's probably the most woke state in the nation right now. It's the only state that swung further left than the previous election.
Ooh.
And I saw where they're also pushing back against Trump's "No Women in Sports" thing. They're
Mm.
going to throw up a big defiance around that, and they're telling the schools no, continue to let trans women into women's sports. So we'll see. I think this is going to be one of the battleground states for the whatever the last gasp of wokeness turns out to be.
Well,
Does anyone else in the chat have any questions or comments for Susanna related to wokeness or mental health or the current state of psychology or anything? Yeah, harm reduction was a big that's a big trend here too, which I don't
mm,
know how helpful that is ultimately. It kind of goes along with that affirming thing. Everything is affirm, affirm, affirm. Don't make anybody feel bad about any life choice they've made or any situation they're in. Just tell them how wonderful they are, and so that they don't feel even more distress. That's their
yeah,
therapy. It's just minimize distress.
yeah. That sounds like a recipe for disaster to me. You know, I can, with regard to harm reduction, I can see a case for that as a stepping stone for people who are in really bad situations. If the choice is, you have to give it up forever, or maybe you can give it up a little bit, it might be a pathway to help someone on their way out of an addiction. But I think that would have to be very individualized. If it was possible to help them, I know that there are some medical pathways that can help get people off and, reduce the buzz that people get from, like, say, alcohol. That would be preferable, I would think.
It was kind of supposed to be a stepping stone to start, but they don't step. They don't step.
Yeah.
They don't use it to step to anything. They just let the client decide whenever. In fact, Seattle was one of the cities that were going to put the little the little booths where you could shoot up and in public for with in safety and free needle programs, all that here.
Yeah. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about that, and it's definitely not an area that I have particular expertise in. Um, I wish that I could offer more about that.
Zephyr had a question, but she's going to put it again. Yes, not laws. Wokeness is real. We talked about that earlier. She has documents. She has stacks and stacks and stacks of documents, just like I have shown video after video after video of policy where you can see the wokeness actually existing. He's a
Hmm.
woke denier, woke skeptic. He doesn't
Ah,
think it's. Oh,
yeah.
she's wanting to know if your pendant is a labradorite.
Oh, yes, yes, it is. Oh, it's all hidden in there. Yeah, it is.
Well, there you go. We're good.
Yeah, in the right. I can't see it if it's okay. There we go. You get it shine a little bit. It's pretty blue in
Here,
the.
I'll blow it up. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, wow, that is nice. Very yeah, very cool. Well, I put Susanna's. She has a Twitter, she has a YouTube channel, and she has her blog. And you, if you really want to help her out, subscribe to her Substack because I know that those numbers help. And
Yes.
it's all in the video description. So if you want to contact her, if you have further questions, further comments, you can reach out to her. And let's see. I guess that's it. Do you have anything that you want to wrap up with or leave us with?
Um, I guess that if there's one thing I want people to know is that I believe that there's hope. You know, this is we're definitely in a very difficult time right now for a lot of different reasons, not just because of this. At the same time, what I've seen after speaking out and having, other people reach out to me who have been in the same situation and connecting with other people who are also like, you come out of something like I went through and you're like, is this real? Is this crazy? Am I crazy? Who have stepped forward to reassure and say, no, you're not crazy. This is a mess right there. That's a mess. And I think that the more that people connect over that and start to realize, we get a footing for what's real and what's not real
Mm-hmm.
and what the truth is. I think that we'll be able to put something stronger back together. I think it's going to be a difficult process. I think it's going to be messy and painful, but I think that we can get through, and I feel pretty hopeful about it. I don't know what it's going to look like exactly, but I think we're going to get there.
Well, that's what I was going to ask is if you're more optimistic under this new administration.
I am. I am. I wouldn't say I'm not wouldn't say that I am a Trump supporter, but I do think that he allows for confronting this much more directly. There was no pathway forward under the prior administration. You might be able to get something done in certain individual states, which would have been helpful, but in order to really shift this in a big way, we're going to have to do some things on the federal level. And I think that with this administration, we can get that done. And I'm really excited about that. And I like a lot of the people that he has surrounded himself with, even where I'm not, I don't think he's Hitler. I definitely don't
No,
think
I
that.
don't think
You
he's.
know, I
Uh,
I think
I
that's
don't think
crazy
he's
talk.
strategic enough to be Hitler. A lot of this Biden put it in his first year. He put out two or three equity orders that exacerbated all this. So a lot of this got supercharged from
Hmm.
Biden and his equity orders, and Trump rescinded all of that and
Yeah. I,
reversed it.
yeah. What happened these last 4 years is just kind of a nightmare. I don't know who was running the country, but I don't think it was Biden.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, not an expert, but
Well, Susanna, I have certainly enjoyed your appearance today. If you ever want to come back, let me know. I feel like the conversation is just getting started. Um, and if you have like you talked about having some meetings or getting together, like CTA used to do Zooms all the time. Like some of these organizations used to get together pretty regularly and have these kind of conversations. And then it all kind of just stopped. So
Mhm.
if that starts up again, or you want to help it get started, etc., please put me on that list because I am definitely interested in getting involved.
Okay, I will do that. I'm right now I'm, because the state legislators are still in session, I've got a lot of things that I'm trying to get out then. But my thought is, as it moves into late April, there'll be a little bit more time. People have a little bit more free time, and I think that will be a good opportunity to get something like that started. I've got there's some other therapists who I meet with on a regular basis, and we're just starting to get together talking about different ways that we can address this. And I think that by then we should be to a point, or at least that's my hope, we'll be to a point where we can start saying, okay, let's try this in a big way. And I have figured out how to run a Google Meet. So
Okay.
that means, because I don't have Zoom, but that means I can start one that has like up to 100 people in it. So
Oh,
so
yeah, okay.
that's a that's a positive.
Well, count me in because I'm very motivated to. Right now, I have the little channel I keep going, but I am very interested in doing more, doing whatever I can.
Yeah, me too. I want to see some progress on that, and I've given myself this year, so I have to. I just have to keep going. The idea is to get as much possible done in this year, and if I can get enough done that I can actually earn an income, I'll keep going.
Hmm.
I put everything on hold in order to work on this because I don't know how I couldn't. It's just, you don't wake up one day and see, oh wow, we're rewriting Animal Farm here because of my, and and not take action. I can't. I can't.
I'm
Um,
this. I've been doing it for the last 5 years, and I, yeah, I'm right there with you. And don't rule out doing something like on your own, like striking out on your own. And
mhm.
um,
Do
I
you?
did it. Leslie did it. Some other of us did it. Like all you could do is try it and see what happens. But that could be the path or a path.
Yeah. Well, if somebody's interested, you know where to find me. I'll talk with people. I'll talk
Okay.
with people.
Okay. Well, thank you again very much for stopping by, and I hope we get to talk again.
Alrighty.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. So what I'm gonna do, chat, is I'm gonna end the panel with Susanna, and then I'm gonna take five, and then I'll restart an open panel that we can everyone can come up and talk if they want. And you're welcome to. By the way, I'm live every day, so you're welcome to drop by whenever you want.
Oh,
I
okay.
do open panels every day. So, so. Okay, well, I guess thank you. And if you haven't checked out her
Mm-hmm.
Substack, I would at least do that. She has it's Diogenes in Exile, another exiler.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she has a lot of good writing on mental health and the current state of mental health that she talked about today. So at least check out that. And that's not her piano, no. I'm assuming it's not. It looks like a background.
Yeah, it's a background, and I'd have to tap my son to come and play. He's a great
Oh,
piano player. I can do chopsticks, and that's about it.
oh, I remember chopsticks.
Hmm.
Yeah. Let's see.
Alrighty. So should I see a button coming up now that that says that I can exit.
Oh,
Should
let's
I do
see.
that or?
It depends. It depends on you. I'm gonna do a. I'm gonna open up a panel. You can. Do you want to hang out, or I don't know what your schedule is.
I can hang out for a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what you? Yo, I'll just open the panel here then. Usually, I close it and then reopen it so that the guest has their own self-contained episode. But I'll open a panel and
Yeah,
keep it running.
I can hang out for another 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, if you want to come up and join the conversation with Suzannah, there is the link. Come on up, and we'll keep the conversation going. Let's see. Let me pin it. Okay. And otherwise, we can just keep chatting. Usually people trickle in.
Okay.
Because he doesn't want to co-op someone's culture. Stop. Notlaws is our resident socialist. We get all types here, all points of view. So.
That kind of reminds me of when I lived in Alaska. When I lived there were limited options for entertainment, and one of them was AM radio.
Oh.
And there was a local AM radio station in Fairbanks, that was broadcast out, and it was on every day. And because it was on every day, and you had all of these people there who are otherwise, not able to get out, you'd have the same people calling in. There was somebody that called in every day and revved an engine and then hung up the phone every day. It's like, you got to have that, gotta have that revved engine.
So it was like a little community through this
Yeah.
AM. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What years were it? What time period was this?
Oh, this would have been back in 2004, 2005.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and it was
That's
just,
even before YouTube.
yeah,
Or
it was
right around YouTube.
a little community radio station, a little call-in show, and they'd answer the phone, and there'd be that vroom vroom.
Hey Zephyr,
Okay.
welcome.
Hello.
Hi, what's
Oh,
up?
hi.
Speaking of calling
I
in and
fantasy
talk
where I
radio.
wanted to start a pirate radio station. I wanted to go to FCC auctions and then go buy a boat. But yeah, that didn't happen.
Oh.
It still occupies some of my fantasy though.
Boat's a good idea. It's harder to triangulate.
Yeah, and then you get international law waters, you get, less
Mhm.
law. That's always good. But you have the law of nature, which is pretty brutal out there, I think.
That's true.
The talk radio I remember was like Rush Limbaugh, Dr. Laura. I was a huge Dr. Laura fan. I would listen to her
Mm.
almost every day. It was that kind of stuff. Howard Stern, Paul Harvey.
Up in Alaska, man, our big choice was that public radio show, and then it was very conservative up there. So they had Sean Hannity on, and his
Oh, he did
jingle.
radio
He
before.
well, I'm not. There was
Yeah,
a radio show, and it was Sean Hannity. I don't know if it was a rebroadcast of something that was on TV, or if it was just a radio show. But he would come on
it,
the radio.
it was just a radio show. I used to be conservative. I watched him years. He probably still does have a radio show separate from Fox News. So
Oh,
Hmm.
yes,
what's up, Hank?
pretty much. I've listened to the whole thing. I was trying to get to a home garden show, but I luckily made the wrong turn just as you opened the panel, so I can actually sit and talk.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
okay.
but yeah, so I was diagnosed with an autism really young, and they didn't really do anything to help me. They just went out of the way to just try to make me subservient. So I really don't like um, psychotherapy as an institution. I'd rather it just collapse on its own failure.
Yeah, Hank's had some bad experiences with the profession.
That's understandable. There was someone on Substack earlier today. Um, I don't know if I want to go into too much detail, but they were talking about, this person was talking about some issues that they had with abuse, and they had tried to go in to talk to several different therapists to get some help, and repeatedly the therapist several different therapists would bring it back to them as their being the issue because they were in the position of being a privileged oppressor. And given the circumstance, I just thought, wow, what a horror show. That's just an absolute horror show. And I pointed this person in the direction of where they could get some better therapy. And so I'm hopeful that they're able to reach out for that. But man, I totally understand being really angry at the profession. I mean, I am angry at the profession because I think that this whole business is just unconscionable. They're supposed to understand how human minds work and know that what they're doing is just absolutely horrible.
They,
Um,
they clearly have no idea how human minds work. It's just a grift. I mean,
Yeah, maybe they do
it,
understand, and that's why they're doing this.
well, I want to surprise them. So that's not the angle used for me. Yes, they say, well, you don't have theory of mind. You just can't comprehend what's happening. But theory of mind isn't even a theory. It's not a theory. It's just an excuse.
Well,
They're not good. They're not good philosophers, so they can't possibly be good at helping people fix their own problems. At best, they're a sounding board, and at worst, they're a scam.
they don't understand theory of mind because it's not something you have or don't have. Everybody has theory of mind. Yours is just different from theirs, and they're supposed to. You're supposed to. It's a double empathy problem, and you're supposed to try to understand each other's theory of mind.
Yeah, but I'm not going to pay them $100 an hour to teach them something.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
No, I wouldn't either.
separate.
mhm.
They should be paying you, Hank, for sure. I was going to say, Susanna, have you realized yet that your anger is like a huge, huge gift? And it only takes you being able to withstand people calling you a bitch.
Oh man,
And not
that
personally.
I think it definitely gives me a lot of energy to continue to work at this. And in that way, yes, it absolutely is. And I am definitely, you know, I guess 2 years is 2.5 years, 3 years ago, to be called a racist or a white supremacist would have been a terrible thing. And now, I've been called that before. Whatever, go ahead. I just,
I provoke people a lot, so yeah, it doesn't bug me at all.
Yeah, well, you sound fired up. It definitely builds resiliency. And you mentioned
mhm.
how you kind of this inner struggle during the class of part of you was like, this is crazy, and then part of you was wondering if you, and I could, like, you definitely have a strong, healthy side. And I think that's the side that won out. And I think that anger is probably part of that. That's
Be
part of your
skeptics.
health. That's a health instinct.
Yeah. I think everybody should be skeptical about everything at first. Either that or they just trust everything at first and then, you learn by
Until you,
consequences, I guess.
yeah, I guess. Well,
That's
you,
what I
you kind of just have to use your judgment. But I tend to be trusting until I have a reason not to, but also cautious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I tend to be trusting because I think that most people are, um, they are looking out for each other. Most people are coming from a place of wanting to be helpful and that sort of thing. But when things start to line up and show that they're not, then you definitely have to take action. I suppose my default though is probably to just well, okay, well, show me who you are, and then once somebody has showed me who they are, then I'll start to take measures. I will say though that when you find yourself surrounded by people who are all believing the same thing, that's a very overwhelming situation. That's pretty difficult, and I can understand how people who um, go to something and it turns out to be a cult, how they can get sucked in. Um, because if you were there on what you thought was a reasonable pretext, only to learn out too late that that's what it was. You know, that amount of pressure could definitely do some people in. I could see that.
Especially if there's not, if they're gatekeeping belief and opinion, and they're not. I mean, they can all think the same as long as it's fine for you to think different. But when they start trying to bully, or dare I say marginalize you for your difference of opinion, is where when my alerts start to go off. Hey, Leggy, welcome.
Hello. How
Hello.
are you?
What's up? Oh, she got her puppy.
Not much, not much. Just chilling.
Oh, okay. We're talking to Suzannah today. She was a mental health counseling student who encountered some wokeness, to put it mildly.
Yeah.
I've got to say, for somebody like all the struggle sessions they put you through, you probably gave it more of a fair-minded hearing than anybody that I've met yet.
I'm curious in what way. In that,
Well, you made it through. You went through the
oh,
semester. You tried to give it a good faith.
hmm.
You made a good faith attempt to like try to understand, try to learn what they were teaching, try to internalize the procedures and the practices that they were asking of you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I would agree with that. I mean, I wanted to be a counselor. I thought I'd be good at it. So yeah, I tried. I did try.
I, I, I don't think I definitely don't internalize any negative messages from those people. I'm not sure they were the best people to determine your
Oh,
counseling acumen.
yeah. Oh gosh, no, no. I'm definitely past that now, and you know, looking back on it, I wonder how much of it was ideology. Like when people really believe in ideology, they'll treat other people terribly.
Oh yeah,
But how much of it was that, and how much of it was maybe some personality
the
issues. Just
disposition stuff. I
yeah,
can't
yeah,
still can't get over that. Oof.
yeah. I can't believe that is allowed in the
I
standard.
can't either.
But there's no oversight to those accreditors, though. They're
They're the
totally,
final authority on all of
yeah,
this.
yeah. They're spun off from the government. They exist as 501(c)(3s. So they're not part of the government, but it is with their approval that colleges can get funds, and so there's no body that's really looking over them.
Who do they answer to? Is it Department of Education?
In theory, they are, like, the accreditors are approved of. This is one of the things that I've just started looking into. So, like, if we were going to start a new accreditation agency, like how to do it, there's the Department of Education can accredit or approve new accreditors, and there is another organization that is like an accreditor of accreditors, and I think that they are CHEA, which I can't remember what that stands for. Um, Maybe I can look it up. Um, CHEA, and
Is it
it's like okay, yeah, it's the Council for Higher Education Accreditation. But if you look at their about information, they have a whole diversity statement, and they're not going to step in to say, no, you're too woke, because they are also woke, as was the Department of Education under the last administration.
it's just bureaucracy after bureaucracy after bureaucracy. Like I wonder how much of the focus is actually the work being done on the ground with clients. It seems so that many layers you're getting too far removed from what it is you're actually accrediting.
Hmm.
Hey, Ren, welcome.
Hey,
What's up?
not much. I wanted to tell Susanna kudos for, not only noticing escaping, but also pointing out because not everybody gets all the way that far. And I jumped out a second there to so that I could come up on the screen, but right before I turned it off to switch apps, you were saying, that maybe it was a problem of temperament. And I just, how ludicrous is it that of all like fields of study, right? You would think that the field of study of counseling would would if any field should be able to accommodate or work around temperamental differences. that's, that's you would think that one would, yeah.
I agree completely. That was one of the things I think that kept tripping me up was thinking, it's like, well, but these people, they're supposed to be like professors in a psychology based, profession. Surely they know about, that Buddhism is part of these theories and I guess I'm thinking, it's like, well, they probably know more than me. I guess they know more than me. It's like, I just, I'm trying not to be arrogant in here and go and say, well, yeah, I know more than my professors. It's just like, but yeah, it's really mind blowing. It's just mind blowing.
Not that you don't know more than your professors, but I think that's a false duality that people are taught. They're like, because you don't have to know more than your professors to notice that they know nothing.
That's a good point.
You don't have to actually be smarter than them to realize that they don't know what they're talking about. That's. But yeah, and also like in a serious thing. I mean, I think of all fields, and I really enjoyed your interview with Jeff, but because it is frustrating. It's like it would also be one where different temperaments are important, because more extreme temperaments are, at least as far as things are these days, are the ones that are going to get referred to be counseled because they stick out. They're a little, and they're not necessarily going to work out with milk toast temperaments.
Oh, I agree. And that's one of the baffling things about what they're going for right now is that what they're going for is for a consistent counselor identity. That's what they're trying to cultivate. And they write about it in the standard and it's in the program handbooks, some more so than others. But, there's this consistent, we want this specific professional counselor identity, it includes certain things that you're supposed to learn, a certain base set of knowledge. And it's a little weird and a little robotic, I think, looking at it now.
Yeah, well, I mean, and like that, it's not only going from my perspective, like that's not only going, I think or there's ill intent in trying to homogenize it by, if you're homogenizing the source, then you're attempting to homogenize the sort of recipients. But those that don't work in that system, right? Again, you're not just, there's a certain subset of the populace that is essentially othered, and just you are neither allowed to be a counselor nor be counseled. You are just not to be helped.
Yes, that's a huge problem.
Yeah, which is even more, insidious on another layer. Yeah, very frustrating. And then just your stories, it's like I was, as far as most of my college stuff was, I guess close to 15 years ago now. That'd be right. No, like 10 years ago. Um, no, but I had two runs. One was about 15, one was 10. But there was hints of this then.
Mm.
There was levels of, because I'm a pretty extreme temperament. Let's put it that way. And do not hide. And I was tolerated, but there were some things that were, like somebody was talking about, the devaluing of values in the chat, where it's like you say everything is equally valuable, but yet some value, right? It's completely circular. I remember going to a mandatory like training because I was an officer in a couple of student organizations back then. And there was this whole thing about how followers don't exist. Everyone's a leader, just some leaders follow other leaders. Like something like that is like, really? Okay. But yeah, like there was bits and pieces here and there, but can't imagine at that point, even not that long ago. And this was a rural state university, so I mean, it's a little not as bad as some places, but just completely running someone out and just telling them you will not be allowed to continue that was what was so wild to me about your story, is just not only did they sort of indirectly and passive aggressively try to push you out, they literally basically said, we will forcefully not allow you in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, and they were aware that I, could not afford to do another year because I had told them that. So the intent was definitely there to just, show me the door without having to directly take responsibility for doing that.
Yeah, but them telling you that you will not be allowed to engage in practicum for essentially an arbitrary reason, like to arbitrarily restrict your ability to take particular classes or courses or parts of the program. I mean, that's, like I said, that isn't subtle, that isn't sideways, they physically put a barrier in front of you in a sense.
Yes. Well, so the other option would have been to just tell me that I couldn't continue, to kick me out. Pardon me. But yeah, they didn't officially kick me out because that would affect their metrics.
Right.
So they had to make it unpleasant enough for me that I would leave.
Right. But like I said, they still actually limited you. They didn't just make it uncomfortable. They made it unavailable.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Right. There's a difference between making it uncomfortable and making things literally unavailable. And that line, I think, like I said, that really was interesting that they crossed that line.
Yeah, they did. They
And you being
absolutely
a good, obviously you said your grades were good, because I know I got away with a lot because of having good grades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I was in
Right.
school,
Like
it
there were
was your
professors who I was like both the teacher's pet. And my brother did some of the same thing. It was like this weird thing where you're the teacher's pet and they hate you, right? Like you're both like their most hated student and their most loved student.
the same teacher.
Yeah, the same teacher,
Ugh.
because you're the best student, right? Like you're the being the smartest student, but also being like the most will argue with them student, right? So like they both hate you,
Those
and
are
yet
the teachers that
love
don't
you.
like to be challenged.
Yeah, but
But when I was in school, it was your academic performance could hold you back. Like you
right,
could get prevented from
or
advancing in a program because of
right.
your performance, but not
And if
just
your
some kind of
performance is
social
good, you can
decree.
get away with being a bit temperamental,
Mm-hmm.
or not being as agreeable.
I can't think of a situation where there was a committee that could meet and decide, oh, you're not advancing. Like there were certain programs, like the nursing program, admitted a certain amount of students at the upper levels each year, so you had to apply
Right.
and be accepted. There was that kind of gatekeeping, but not if you were already in a program.
Right.
Could
Right. They
people
could keep
meet and
you out
say,
of
"Oh,
the
you're not going
program.
to be allowed to continue to take classes unless you do this, this, and this"? It
Yeah.
was only your academic performance that could hold you back.
Right.
Yeah. But that all of that is written into the standard, that to do these evaluations periodically throughout the semester, throughout the entire course. And if the students, and the assessments, the evaluations based on, I don't even see how you can evaluate somebody else's commitment and
I don't either. Our
values and
belief, or
beliefs. And
I guess that's what's changed then, because in my day, the evaluations were the academic evaluation, the tests, the papers, the projects, whatever. There wasn't this evaluation by committee
mhm.
on this abstract talk.
Yeah.
And
It's
when you
had
were
a subjective
describing their like
evaluation.
where they met, that fraternity and that group met to plan their vision for society, they're idealists. No wonder they're so
Mhm.
against concrete thinking.
Yeah, yeah. It's just it's hard for me to wrap my head around that a group of people would get together and do something like this. But
And
yeah,
get away
it's
with,
real. Yeah, and
like,
get away
have
with
the
it
institutional support for it.
for such a long time too. But yeah, it's disturbing. I didn't think that the world was quite like that. I mean, I was sure that there was some bad things happening, but it's definitely beyond the pale for me.
Yeah, but see, not just in the institution, but essentially institutionally protected.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not only counseling, like it's the legal profession, the medical profession, the
Hmm.
education profession, all the humanities, history, even the science, like the National Science Foundation stuff to get the grant money
Oh
for
yeah.
research. You have to meet all these woke benchmarks now, or you used to under Biden.
Well, a lot of that stuff I don't think has changed yet, because the as far as I can tell, the last holdouts are academia. So all in academia, they're putting up a fight to not comply with a lot of these changes. So that's where the fight is going to be. It's going to be in the universities.
Well, Trump and Elon look like they love a fight, so
That
let them
they
battle it
do.
out, see who wins.
That they do. I'll be there to help them out. Well, it's getting a little late for me, so I think that I am going to head out. But it was really wonderful talking, and I'm, you know, I'm so glad to have gotten to meet you on the Discord chat, and come here and talk to all of you
Oh,
folks.
me too. I'm so glad we finally were able to set this up.
Yeah,
I
thank
Yeah.
very
you.
Thank you,
much
thank
enjoyed
you for coming.
listening to your story. So
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Maybe I'll get a chance to come back sometime.
Yeah, anytime. Let
happy
me
to
know.
see you. Yeah, and
Yeah. See the
keep
little
up the good
puppy.
fight.
I will. Bye bye.
Thank you, Susanna. Take care. Oh.
The puppy is teething right now.
Oh.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a good show, Jeff. That was a good interview.
Yeah.
You should take a bunch of little like clips of it and post it to X or something. You could go viral
You think so?
within
My
the
problem is
circles.
I
In
don't
the
know what to
circles
clip.
I
I have
travel
no
in
idea
X,
what
you
to
could.
clip. I have no sense of what to clip.
What do you find interesting?
All of it. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
you know.
Zephyr, I love your lights.
Oh, thanks. That's just a string of Christmas lights. And
I
then the
love them.
window behind
That's
me.
probably why I like them so much. Well,
Like too much light from the window, I think. Oh. Or that's the mirror reflecting the other light, actually. Oh, now he's crashing out.
oh, thank you, Lou. I love doing interviews. It's so rare that I get actual guests. A few years ago during May for Mental Health Month, I did one topic a day related to mental health, and I had a lot of guests come on for that. So there's some interviews, and my last channel was an interview channel. So almost all of the episodes are interviews. And I'd love to do more interviews on this one when I have guests. So if you know anybody, let me know. I'm trying to get Trump to come on, and maybe the trigonometry guys will come on.
Who are
So
the
yeah,
trigger?
you're right. Maybe that's what I should do is do some clips and say, if you want to be a guest, come and join us.
Well, I mean,
What?
just her story was. I mean, that's something that's a pretty good currency. At least, again, on the. I spend a lot of time on X, and it's her actually bringing the receipts and telling the story and going, "This is how we imagine it." People in, shall we say, the more conservative side, we imagine it, or the anti-woke, right? We imagine it to be that way, and like that, I imagine it to be that way. But I'd never heard anybody flat out go, I tried to get a degree in counseling or a certification, and they literally barred me from completing it because I was insufficiently, mush. And to actually hear her story was, I thought, really good. I mean, I just had that impression. I thought I would, pass it along to you that, that's the sort of stuff that gets passed around because it is receipts. It is evidence, right? She's got the paperwork, but then hearing her actual story, that those sorts of like short videos do well.
And I've been hearing these kind of stories for the last 4 or 5 years, and I haven't even heard this level of
Yeah, this
just
that's amazing.
absolutely egregious violation of all of my academic and personal sensibilities.
Right. Like I said, the
They
lines
broke
that they
every norm
cross
that I thought would
is
exist.
right.
Well, and
Like
the
that.
reason they get away with it is because appeal to authority always.
Because it's that body. I didn't know about the fraternity in this meeting back in 1988. I didn't know this how far back it goes. I know wokeness goes back that far because Kimberly Crenshaw did her intersectionality paper in '87, and this lady wrote a book on the patriarchy in '85. So it was starting to like trickle out mid to late '80s. But I had no idea how much progress they made on it in just those few short years. That they
I'm
had
like
this whole vision laid out
down
that's
with the
being
pig.
enacted today.
It is totally 100%, and I think it needs to be closer to balance. I mean, I think I don't know. I've thought a lot about this sort of thing, and I think that there's a lot of programming going on. It's like everybody's like escape the matrix. And I think it's really the matrix that needs to like that narrative.
The Patrix. Because when I was growing up, the university was the place where diverse ideas could coexist, and you went to university to encounter other ways of thinking. And now it's all gate kept, and it's this single like it's dogma. It's turned into dogma.
Right.
And the university was specifically designed to keep dogma from taking root by having this rich clash of diverse perspectives. So I don't know what happened. At some point, authoritarianism entered into it.
Isn't the point of academia discourse?
Yes.
Yeah, if
Not
you discuss something, then it's you're just supposed to serve, and that's
But
not.
who's going to discourse when you're being evaluated on your beliefs, values,
only someone who's at the
commitment,
extreme end of the temperamental spectrum.
and behavior?
Yeah, this
Because
is our
like
function.
her, yeah, go ahead.
This is our function. I think it's our function to be a little bit combative and push up against that a little bit, as best
Yeah.
as we can.
Like she's a good example, I think, of a relatively normal person's experience with that, who saw the ridiculousness of it, but also was somewhat susceptible, right? Wasn't just sort of, and was willing to some degree, at least initially, go along with it in order to get through it. And I think that was also important about her perspective and her story is that she isn't the extreme end of the bell curve as far as like temperament. She's just a little bit, maybe, not just enough disagreeable to not fit in their program, but not distinctly disagreeable,
Yeah, she's not cray cray.
Right. She's not she's not an extremely temperamentally odd or fighty or high conflict was my impression of her. She's actually pretty normal. Like I know people like that. They're
Hmm.
smart enough to kind of figure it out, but they really don't. They don't want to pick the fight initially. They would rather just kind of assume that, oh, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe it's, maybe I can just get through this. And then it just became so extreme that even she was forced to sort of fight it and exit it. Like I think that's like interesting.
Yeah, it's a good illustration of the like. It kind of just shows that she seemed like she's a very like tolerant and inclusive type person, but that has its limits to what you should and ought to tolerate, and it just she figured that out at the right moment, I guess.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I
yeah,
mean, it's what she encountered was beyond sort of a normal range of
yeah,
tolerant person's limits. Like I said, she doesn't seem to be an extreme example.
and that's exceptionally valuable.
Yeah, exactly.
And now the profession is short one good counselor. We're going to have one less good counselor because of this.
Well, I think that she'll work it out. I think that seems to be.
I hope she does.
I have
Yeah, I hope she
confidence.
does not give up on her desire to help people.
Yeah. I think she's got a good idea of what is actually helping people too, and not just like enabling them or like getting them to be compliant or like to fit in with, you know,
Well,
everyone.
what they were trying to do with her as a student is what they are training therapists to do with the clients. This is how the client is supposed to think and feel, and you're supposed to bring the client into alignment with these preset values. It's indoctrination into
Yeah.
activism.
Yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
my perspective on what if I had to, off the top of my head, define what I think, a counselor or therapist or whatever is probably supposed to do is it's like it's like with the people who don't speak, and it's like the facilitated communication. It's like facilitated self examination.
Yeah,
That's fun.
that's one way
But
Yeah,
of.
that was
you
what
know,
I worked with nonverbal autistic people for quite a while. I love that job. But then I ran into some issues and like being investigated by CPS because I like went across the street to the store and left my kids at home. Like I could see my front door. And yeah, that was bad. But basically, they made me quit my job because they said it was too stressful. And they made me get a job as a waitress, which I didn't make nearly enough money to survive, which was way more stressful.
I was going to say that was less stressful.
And then they asked me if I had drug or alcohol problems, and I told them I used to smoke pot, but I wasn't smoking pot at the time, and occasionally I drink, but I was way too forthcoming. I learned that lesson real fast because I thought, hey, maybe they'll help me like a dummy.
Right.
And oh yeah, did they help me good? But yeah, after it was crazy because I had to go to AA meetings even though I was not an alcoholic. And the
Wait,
people
who
that
was this? How old were you?
I was like, it was when my kids were really young. I was in my early 20s,
Oh,
and yeah, it was uh, it was crazy.
was it
But
court ordered?
yeah, it was court ordered, and
Oh,
basically I was charged with cruelty to child as a neglect, but it was and I had to get back custody of my kids, but I had to go through all these made me jump through all these hoops, which were just very like arbitrary to me, and I like had to like fight the urge to rebel against that because it was not going to work out for my kids or me if I did not comply at least. And the people that were at the AA meetings, they were all court ordered as well. Most of them were court ordered, and they were DWI people, and they had a graduation date, but I didn't have a graduation date. And I also had to go to individual counseling, which the individual counselor, he was the one that freaking saved everything, because whenever it came time to see a judge and get my, them to decide whether I got custody of my kids back, the individual therapist, he actually wrote that they were causing undue stress in my life and not helping, and that I had above and beyond proved my resilience and ability to cope with everything that they threw at me, and still managed to, pay my rent and be roofed and fed and housed and everything.
Well, I'll add that to my New Mexico, that department's horror stories, because a few personal, like people I know close that have had encounters with them, all pretty awful.
Oh, it's horrible.
Just make everyone, destroy everyone's lives first, and then,
Well, they say,
and then they have to fight through the wreckage, like very little concern for the actual kids' well-beings. And then when I was politicking, there was a whole group in the Albuquerque area of women who, I mean, that was their issue. That was issues with that department. I didn't know half the, the problems with it, because my life doesn't encounter it much. But yeah, I have never heard a good story about in this state with that department.
There's what I noticed is there was two types of people that worked there. There was the like young idealistic people, and then there was the bitter, barren, like usually overweight, obviously emotional, insulating, coming out in their
Bitter
physicality.
Baron Karens.
Yes. And it's they like are very self-righteous and are like they are taking it out
Actually
on
spiteful. Yeah, like actually want to hurt
children.
people.
I have children. It's like
Yeah.
that shouldn't be even any part of that calculation of whether somebody is worthy or not to have kids, is whether or not you can have children. I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, well, like I've seen, there are examples that I know of where, let's say the actual parental situation was pretty horrible, and maybe the kid should have stayed with the nice foster family. And I've known foster families that had, basically the kid was taken back to the terrible home situation. And then but then the other happens where it's like, okay, maybe and especially younger people, they struggle. They don't have their lives perfectly together, and they just take their kids at the first, with very little provocation, and then won't give them back, when really the kids were not in danger, right? Like it is it's not an extreme or dangerous living situation. It was just, okay, a bad day or something where something happened, or the car broke down, and you're like, oh, you left your kids in the cold car on the side of the road for too long, or
it's really, because whenever I was growing up, I remember like being left home alone, like as a kid. My parents were young and we lived out in the country, and I would just could take care of myself in
I used to walk like 3 miles across the pasture when I was like 3 years old to my cousin's house.
I would like take off.
Don't step on the rattlesnakes.
Oh yeah, don't step on the rattlesnakes. You go get mom, and mom will cut their heads off with a shovel.
Well, this was a long enough walk. I just avoided the rattlesnakes,
Yeah, or you could.
I'm pretty sure I didn't always tell my mom to. That was my fault, because I'm pretty sure she would sometimes wonder where I went. She would call my cousin's house, be like, "Did Audra show up there?"
Yeah, I was lucky because we lived out in the middle of nowhere, and it was just like one street. It was like a cul-de-sac, and everybody that lived on the street, we all had the exact same house, and they all worked for the same company. And there was, that was the majority, where the majority of the kids my age lived. And the school was really small. But then whenever we moved to the bigger town, I was like socially, it was like culture shock, like, because I was
How old
not.
were you when you moved?
I was in fourth grade, the end of fourth
Oh,
grade.
well, that's
Third
early.
grade, actually. It was the beginning of fourth grade. Yeah, and I was ahead in school of where they were whenever we moved too, which made it
So you were
another.
bored.
I was very bored, and I was out of place, and I was like, I had struggled with my handwriting because my dad forced me to be right-handed, and I was left-handed, and I already knew how to write by the time he figured that out because my mom was really good. And so my handwriting was really bad, and I just, like, the first day of school I had a breakdown during handwriting, and just like I had to go out to the hallway, and the teacher just like kind of, she gave me a pep talk in the hallway.
Oh, you had a separate handwriting class
Well, it was like
or
a part.
subject?
It was a subject, yeah, where we spent time doing cursive writing,
Oh,
print writing, yeah. And I did that for hours at home because my dad insisted. So, and it was really hard. But now I'm ambidextrous, and I
There
can
you
write
go.
backwards with my left hand. And my right hand, I write forwards, but I can do both at the same time.
There you go. You gotta do get all the way to Garfield, President Garfield level. He supposedly could write Greek in one hand and Latin in the other hand at the same time.
oh
Impressive.
my
I
God.
write the same thing with both hands. I'm not that good.
Uh,
It's still pretty cool though.
yeah, I finally got decent handwriting when I studied Greek in college. Like I knew how to write. I never liked the like perfect. My mom writes like textbook perfect cursive.
I
And
do.
I never like I honestly found it hard to read. It was so perfect. But
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't like doing the repetitions when I was little. So, but then when I learned the Greek alphabet, like we did, like we just write the alphabet across the page.
Yeah, they don't even teach cursive anymore. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I find that you know, pun intended. I like there should be at least a cursory instruction of cursive, right? Like I don't know that it should be enforced where it's like you have to write a lot of stuff in cursive, but it's like you should know how.
Yeah, handwriting is pretty important. Did you learn to type too? Like, 'cause I like learned to type.
That was
I
an
was
elective
that
where I
was I
was.
was attempted to teach to type, but I was resistant to the to complying. So when
It's
I
called keyboarding.
yeah, like so I understand the basics, and then when I was like in my late teens and I got interested in writing, I got good at it. I still don't touch type very well. Like I still have to have like a visual reference most of the time.
Yeah,
But I'm really fast otherwise. And
yeah,
I designed a keyboard one time that I still need to build like a one-handed keyboard.
yeah. It's really
But
crazy. I used to actually have an old-fashioned typewriter, and I would just like type in the
yeah,
middle of
I
the.
have some old typewriters to rebuild because the different type of writing matters. Like sometimes, like when I'm writing, it's like sometimes I go write longhand, and that's the only way the story gets out. And sometimes it's computer screen, and sometimes I need to go chunk it out on a typewriter. Like the different, and sometimes I need to like scratch it out in print, But
What's really crazy is that the QWERTY keyboard is actually designed to slow you down a bit because that was whenever they had the letters that like so that you wouldn't cross them or like jam up the mechanism.
Oh, like on the
right,
typewriters,
Yeah, it's
we had
like
to
it makes
change
no
the ribbon.
because you can type so much faster if you like learn how to type on one like that like a word processor that doesn't have that mechanism and a different layout.
yeah, my fingers do that. That's my main editing errors are my fingers hit the keys in not necessarily the right order. Like
Yeah. I like to type on my phone. I don't know why. I only use one hand to do it though. I mean, I used to do the two thumb one, but I
yeah,
don't use thumbs. I just do two fingers like this, like
I type with this. I
yeah.
was
yeah,
one finger for the longest time, and I learned to incorporate a second finger. I was so proud of myself.
yeah. I kind of hate the phone typing. Like I have a little pocket keyboard because if I want to type more than a sentence, like in a tweet or a chat box or something, I it drives me nuts.
I
The little
hate
on-screen keyboard,
phone typing.
The
and so
voice
I have a
voice
little like Bluetooth keyboard that folds it's like the size of my phone. So like if I really need to write something down, it pops it out.
Some of the voice to text is good, but then you have to go back in and put the punctuation in, or you have to say the punctuation out loud, which is kind of awkward.
Yeah, I find that's okay for like brainstorming and notes. Like when I was, and it's probably better now. Like when I was running around politicking, I was driving so much. Like I would be writing a speech in my head or something, or parts of one, and I would text to. Although sometimes it got it completely wrong, and I'd be like, "What was I trying to say there?" No recollection. But yeah, for like loose notes is about the only thing I can use the dictation for so far.
Yeah, I actually have like a little voice recorder and I like record notes on it and then I like play them to the voice to text and then I have a
Yeah.
text file of it. So
I don't know if you have this. I have this other thing where it's like certain types of thinking I can speak out loud, and certain types of writing it's not the same process.
yeah,
Again, like note taking, like some of that I can do verbally, but like to sit down and write like prose or something, it just doesn't. It's difficult to get it out verbally. It's like a really slow translation process, and
yeah, I do channeling like sometimes of writing stuff and I found it's actually better to have like another person like there to kind of like bounce off of a bit, but like it has to be like the right person that'll like actually let me like not overtake the conversation too much and let me
right,
just like get it out, and
yeah,
but when I get that it's like I've done my best like channel poetry like that. I also
yeah.
like to write poetry in hypnagogic state whenever I'm really tired. I
I was
love
gonna
to.
say most of I don't generally write a lot of poetry. Most of what it is it came to me like yeah I'd be that it, like going to sleep like most poems I've written came to me like whole cloth where it's like I must go write this down now.
Yeah,
So,
I've had a few ideas, like just one-liners like that have reoccurred, but I like didn't write them down and then I forgot them like so many times, but then I remembered them, but I didn't write them down again, and it happened a bunch of times, and then eventually I remembered it, and now it's in my head.
there you go. Yeah, I learned to write things down because yeah, I forget so much, and I always especially when I'm in a writing mode, like if I'm actually actively working on projects, like I always keep a notebook by my bed because sometimes it's in the middle of the night and you're like, okay, this seems I solved that problem in the plot. And then if I go back to sleep, I'll wake up in the morning remembering that I solved it, but not remembering how.
Yeah, and see, I have a really good, whenever I write things down, like, it just kind of it doesn't, like, stick in my head, it'll just, like, go onto the paper and then it's gone
Mhm.
until I read it again and then it, comes back. But if
Yeah,
I can, well, I have a dream dictionary or not a dream dictionary, dream journal, and I learned that if I wake up and I tell somebody about the dream, I'll remember it just as well as if I wrote it, or even more detail usually.
right,
And then so I'll write it down later. But
right.
it's
Just
better.
need some kind of reinforcement. Yeah,
Yeah.
the conversation I've never used that for writing particularly. I do it for mapping out just concepts, but I read years ago that somebody said it and I do it and I will start one of my writer's block, you know, getting over tricks is that I will start writing like to the computer as if there's another person there. I will
Yeah.
basically start a conversation with myself.
Yeah. And it was like, and
That works
everybody
pretty good.
style, it's like whenever I was in school, there was certain classes where we had to take notes. And I had a really hard time because like literally it goes in my ear, down my arm, out the end of the pen, and like doesn't stop anywhere in between. So I would like doodle and I would get the notes from somebody else and copy them later. But I had some teachers that were like very I don't know, micromanagey, and particular, and they thought that I was goofing off. And so I had to like tell them what was what and like how this works for me. Sorry.
I'm glad I didn't have to figure that out or explain it until college, but I basically would take some notes and then they would be what I would go back over to study. But then there was always doodles. Like all my note pages are also covered in whatever, there for a while I'm going to get good at drawing stylized motorcycle flames. So like all the pages are full of motorcycle flames and notes. And then it would also get to the point where if that didn't keep my attention, because my problem is that if I didn't keep my head in the room, then I was off thinking about something interesting. And I heard nothing, I wrote nothing, I knew nothing.
Yeah,
And
and
so I
I was
would like play
frustrated.
games. I used to print out in college. I would go to the lab and print out a big stack of Sudoku puzzles. And so I would sit there and I would take notes and like do a Sudoku puzzle and draw doodles. And if I did that, that was my trick to like, that was my secret ADHD compensation sauce.
Yeah, I would just draw. I draw like doodles or like write in my journal because I
Yeah,
have like I guess because I was forced to use the other hemisphere to do language after I'd already developed it on the other side naturally. I think I have because I can like sing and take notes like at the same time, or I could write something and talk, like saying
right.
something. It's kind of weird, but and sometimes I skip over words on one side or the other of the equation. Uh, but I also like speed read, and uh, I think that's part of that too, because you just kind of like edit out all the words that are kind of extraneous and take the
Right.
content just all at once in one big chunk on
Yeah.
page.
I have to, it's honestly like, the, it's gotten worse as I've gotten older. Like I have to like consciously slow my speaking down and try to talk and complete the whole sentences.
Yeah, I have to do
And
that when talking to
yeah,
other people.
yeah. Well, like around my family, I forget to do it, and then they're like, "We don't understand anything you just said." And I'm like,
Yeah, my
they're
mom
like,
gets. I'm that's one person I can talk to like that, and it's really funny because we like don't even have to like have complete sentences, like, and people that are like in the periphery, like they don't understand what we're talking about.
I have a couple of friends I've met like that, or
Yeah,
that it was this amazing thing where it's like, I can speak to you without having to edit, and you get what I'm saying.
yeah, yeah.
Like
Just like
highly efficient conceptual communication. It's like, yay,
you can do that. That makes me hopeful that maybe whenever we talk more, we'll get some telepathy going too.
that's good. Yeah. Well,
Because I
this
think that's
this Jeff seems this crowd here that he's promoting seems it's a ripe field for finding
yeah one of my favorites.
easier to talk
The
to
what?
people.
You're one of my
Sorry, I should have known better. I got pulled into a pseudo discussion with Outlaws.
oh yeah,
Oh,
he's good at that. He's good at that.
How does he do it?
He's just I want to say cantankerous, but I don't think he's that old.
persistent. It's just the sort of it's
It's
like if
funny.
you're presented with something that you want to argue with enough
I
times,
know he knows how
you'll
to
give
lay out
in.
that bait.
Yeah, like I do
Usually
that a lot.
not.
It's like
Usually I
I
ignore
read
it, but today, for
stupid
some
stuff all
reason,
day, and then I'll be half asleep, and I'll be like, "Oh man, I just picked an argument on X, didn't I?" Or wherever I'm at. It's like, you slip up every now and then, and you just can't. You're
I'm
you're
getting pulled in. Yep, you're fading
resistant
into the
sales.
dark.
It is the light is fading here.
Yeah. Well, you don't have Christmas lights.
Look at this puppy. Oh my goodness.
Look at Roscoe.
And add
Hey,
dramatic lighting.
Roscoe.
Yes, he's sleepy.
He's asleep. Wait, where's his? Is he curled?
He's like, I don't know. It's like, wait, let me see where's the angle here?
He's almost. Oh wow! Look at that.
What kind of puppy is it?
He's a mutt, but his mama is a husky mutt, mostly husky, and then the dad is a pit bull, I think.
That's
And
fascinating.
yes, he's very, very rowdy. And now I have another puppy too that was also abandoned, but this one was nearly starving when I discovered it. Mom had 15 puppies and only 8 nipples, so I can understand the runt was
So
like
she was
Having
eating them to make like, cause she
yeah,
only had 8 nipples
yeah.
and too many
And
puppies, so she
the
ate
runt
the
actually
rest.
is still
How
there.
did she determine who got her nipples?
You'd have to ask her. I don't know.
I want to. Tell her to come on the show. Hey, here's someone we haven't seen in a while. What's up, Signal?
The
How are you
little one.
doing, Mr. Jeff? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How are you?
Thank you for letting me up.
Oh yeah.
Been doing well. Happy New Year for you, man, and everybody else here.
Oh my God, has it been that long since New Year's?
Might have has been. I'm not sure. Nice to see you, man. No antlers anymore, though. I see.
No, I have them. In fact, I should put them on. I had a guest today, so I usually don't
He
do
was
the
being
antlers
It
when I'm
feels like
interviewing guests.
he was
Jeff. It feels like
modulating your temperament.
Gotta look
it
professional.
feels like it's your thing because I'm so used to this like green beanie that says math. Like I'm known for it myself. Like people know me for that green beanie that
love
says
it.
math. So like I think of your antlers as well. Like,
That's my.
it's just
beanie.
kind of an
I didn't do
interesting
this little thing either.
detail.
A Doomsday Brothers show because there's a guy who looks kind of like who's David Letterman that has antlers. He's a mutant though.
What? Who?
It's funny.
Do
It's funny because
Antlers.
someone else has antlers?
my partner, he goes, "Oh look, there's Jeff," and I was like, "What? Oh yeah, that's crazy." It's like we were watching cartoons the other night.
Who has antlers?
The dad of the two boys in the Doomsday Brothers cartoon.
Doomsday. Okay, I'm looking
It's
them
a
up.
Cartoon Network
I
cartoon.
might have to file a lawsuit
It's
behind
pretty
it.
funny. It's kind of
And
it's fringe sort of weird stuff that Cartoon Network does. One of the Adult Swim ones.
oh, it's a cartoon. Okay, not a real person. Yeah. Oh my God! It looks like the videos that people make of me.
yeah,
Rin,
it's hilarious.
that's
It's
the
like
best lighting.
stranger than fiction.
Okay, we
Look
go
at
dramatic
this.
lighting.
But it was funny because Dan sometimes he'll be just like in the room whenever I'm
I
on
love those
panel, and
antlers.
I always have the big screen TV so I can read the chat without having to like mess with my phone. And so Dan like can hear through my phone, and he sees the big
I'm a little
screen.
jealous of
He's
his
familiar with you,
antlers.
even though he's never met you.
Cheers, everybody.
Vodka or gin?
Cheers.
What is it, Goy?
Yeah.
Looks
Okay,
Russian.
there we go.
Yeah. And for the doubters,
Gorky.
for the doubters, right? For the doubters. Right? Look at that.
What does that show?
You see the bubbles? That means that it is alcohol of a
Oh.
great percentage.
Oh, I didn't know that. Man,
There
y'all
we
are all
go.
tiplet
And it's
tonight.
still in frame.
No, it's
Let's
what
celebrate.
I'm just having water.
Celebrate. Cheers, Ren Rogue.
I guess the bar is open.
Longe.
nothing wrong with a little bit of imbibing in moderation.
As I've always says, like I have so much ADHD, I get bored even with being bored. Like I'm bored with the alcohol for this week.
Oh, this
It happens. Like people are like, do you have any problem? Like I don't actually get addicted to anything because I get bored of it and I get tired.
I actually bought some DMT last week, and that's fun.
Where do you get that? Oh,
Cheers.
like on the market.
Drug market.
I've heard good things about that.
It's in a place where I used to work, but then it turned into an antique shop, and now it is on one day a week on Friday nights. It's in an illicit drug market. And, but for
You
some
mean
reason,
gray market that is not illegal at all?
well, it is illegal, but for some reason it is tolerated, and I do not question that.
I was gonna say I know where you live, so of course it is.
Yeah. Well, it's actually right in Nob Hill. Like,
You mean like you're referring to like the video game that you guys play all together on GTA 5 online? That's what you mean, right?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think that's what she means.
Or
Yeah.
in Minecraft,
she means.
right? That's the correct
Mind theft.
in Minecraft, right? Like
Oh,
you say
Minecraft.
something and then you're like, in order to not to admit to it, whatever you said, and then you go in Minecraft.
Allegedly, supposedly.
I don't know. People like to play video games.
I
In
used to
Minecraft-
play
in
a lot
Minecraft.
of racing games, and I played Spyro the Dragon. I like that one, and Super Mario, all the Super Marios.
Sparrow the Dragon.
Spyro. It was
Oh,
like a
Spyro.
3D. It was kind of like Mario, but it was like 3D world, so you could go any direction, not just like right to left or left to right.
Like, what do you mean?
So
You could
you're like
just go anywhere you wanted?
go anywhere, and it was a 3D environment. Like,
But
yeah,
how, I thought had to stay on these little tracks,
no,
or he
that
fell off and
that's
died.
that's Mario and Sonic are like that kind of. But Spyro was actual full 3D.
Oh, it's not a Mario game. Okay, Spyro the Dragon.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked
I don't
it.
think I ever played that. I remember it being a thing.
Let me look
I
him up.
liked most of those kind of games. Like Mega Man was good.
Is he purple?
Yeah, I think so. And he can flap his wings and kind of fly, but he can jump and walk and run.
Oh, I see. So it's like a normal video game where you just explore the
Yeah, well,
world.
and there's like you collect things and you have to find things, and there's like checkpoints and levels. I like games like that, but I also liked like the racing games. I liked Wipeout on the PlayStation. It was like hovercrafts with weapons that you had to get the weapons. You had to go drive over these little like things on the road, and it would just randomly give you different weapons. Some of them were like ones that you could deploy behind you to like slow down the cars behind you, or some you could shoot the ones ahead of you if you or there was like time like accelerations and little if you drove over certain little arrows they would make you go faster. It was pretty cool. It was
Those
like some
road
of it.
racing games were kind of fun.
I also like the snowboarding game from EA. I forget what it was called, but
It was like,
I liked it.
there was like a stupid Flash game, like on Nickel. It was like a Nickelodeon Flash game or something. There was a snowboarding game. I played that thing for hours.
Yeah, I like word games the best though. I mean, I used to play like Scrabble and Words with Friends and stuff a lot.
I never had enough people very often play Scrabble, but the Boggle, we always used
Oh, I
to
remember Boggle.
just have that on the table and like when me and my mom or dad, when any of us or any of my family, like or my siblings or whatever, we would sit down at lunch and we would play Boggle.
Oh, God,
My very
de-antlered
favorite game
myself.
it was called Pseudobabble, and it was like refrigerator magnets. They would give you like just random refrigerator magnets, and you had to come up with a sentence. And there were usually like themed rooms, and there was like a couple of like adult theme rooms. So you'd come up with the dirtiest sentence, and like it was 10 players max. And then you at the end you had to vote for somebody that wasn't you. You couldn't vote for yourself, but you had to vote for somebody that wasn't you, and whoever had the most votes won. And but I guess it took up too much server bandwidth or something because they shut it down, and they tried to make another one. Somebody tried to do it. It was called Pseudobabble. There was Psychobabble and then Pseudobabble, but it was never as good.
I had a bunch of those refrigerator magnets, or was
I
it they
love
called it? Magnetic poetry or whatever they called it.
Yeah,
Those were fun.
I
And
mean, I think it's certainly pleasant to create something that you can physically see your artistic expression. But I feel like when you have something that you create something that is actually of utilization, like like I don't know, even something as simple as a spoon or a fork, like you've turned this matter and you've done this process into turning this matter. Maybe it was something or was rubbish, and you've turned it into something that's usable.
Like
I
when you
do.
make a
I
bong
see.
out of aluminum foil
It's
or
like
a
a
pipe.
box.
That's an example. Yeah, sure. Although in my experience, I've done that before, and those bong rips are absolutely awful because you're tasting all of the like recycled metal,
Yeah.
whatever shit that they put the. But yeah, yes, exactly. Yes. Um,
yeah,
Jeff,
Is that
physical
something you
Jeff,
made,
self-esteem
Jeff?
is quite
Jeff,
satisfying.
you are really. I want to tell you, Jeff, to you like specifically, what you do here is refreshing. You have you let people have conversations, and I see so many other places. And you might have people that jump around and they say, "Oh, they know me," and so they seen me like antagonize and whatever. Like most of these spaces, it's just antagonisms, and it's just people. I don't know how to express further that I appreciate that there is a certain there isn't you don't like forbid antagonizing, but you kind of let it go. I appreciate that, buddy.
Well, thank you. That means a lot. That's what I'm trying to do here. So it's
And
a
I'm just
conversation
saying you
space.
should keep going you should
I
keep doing
want
what you're
people to
doing.
feel like they could show up and talk about the shit they want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm a
Just
panel
like we're
hopper.
doing now.
This is one of my favorites for sure.
Oh,
You and Machine Lies are definitely
oh.
tops.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
TML's
always
kind
having
of
other
the. In
reasons,
fact, he
but
might be a little too far in that direction. He's kind of the same way, his channel.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's got their own set of rules and censorship, but it's nice to see like a certain degree of
I'm too
just
nosy.
letting it
I
run.
want to know what people think and have to say. So if I shut it down, then I don't get to find out
Yeah,
what's in
that's a
their
good
head.
quality to have.
My rules are the YouTube guidelines and people like being spiteful and malicious to other people, just being hateful. But
I don't mind if people are hateful to me a little bit. I'll just
really,
razz. Yeah, I'll just razz them back.
oh,
They're
okay.
asking for it.
Well, I'll keep that in mind. Y'all can be
They're
hateful to Zephyr if you want,
asking, you
I
can,
guess,
totally. I mean,
until I've
I
had
don't
enough
enjoy
of
it
it.
that much. I'd rather you didn't, but if you're going to, go
Okay.
ahead.
Then don't. Then no. Take that back. I
I always
retract
take
that. Don't
hate
come
is
up and be
just
mean to Zephyr.
I
I
definitely
always,
don't.
You
Apologize
can be
right
hateful to not
now.
loss. That's allowed. No, I'm just kidding. Not even to not loss.
I always just take
Yo,
hate
yo,
as encouragement. It means I'm over the target. It means, if I'm not
Right.
polarizing some
They're
people, then I'm
telling you
not
their
saying anything
buttons.
worth saying.
Yeah, I like to push buttons sometimes.
That's how you find out about people.
Exactly.
I
And I
mean, you guys say that. Like, I feel like you guys say that, and you're 100% right. But at the same time, I feel like I see the extreme end.
well, there's
I
people
saw
that
like the other end.
their buttons being pushed, and that's
Oh, a
problematic.
button's not being pushed.
Yeah, because you ought to
Like,
be able
like.
to take it.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm interrupty.
No. Go on.
It's like I think people should be able to dish it out if they or take it if they can dish it out, for sure. And that just give if somebody's doing that, that just is like for me that's permission. That's consent.
Well, the
I
ones
always,
that can't usually don't last here
always
because I'm
say,
not going to step in and protect them,
And that's
especially if they're dishing it out.
I usually don't even care enough to dish it back unless I think that, unless I'm in a particularly, irritated mood or I think there's some progress to be had.
yeah, I always think there's progress to be had. That's probably not true, but
I don't, I evaluate it more than I used to, but I have argued with some people and sometimes it's just fun. I'll admit that I have chewed on what I call chew toys for
Oh yeah.
2 or 3 hours just because my teeth needed sharpening. There are people that's what they are. They're just chew toys. It's like you can argue with them and they will argue back. And you can even convince them you're right and they can come back 24 hours later and nothing will have changed. Like that's why I call them chew toys because it's like you just can just inform their argument until they have to accept you're right, right? Like you can tear them to pieces and then the next day it's just like it reinflates and it's right back to the original chew toy. Like
they're like
nothing you
pepper.
do matters. No
Damn,
argument matters. No logic matters. But you can, but they have endurance, right? Like they don't break under it. They just reform. You can't, yeah, you can't convince them.
Yeah, I find
But you
it
can't argue against them. So they have the endurance.
sometimes with those people, I think it's fun and it's good. It's good, even though it's not healthy to do it for too long. I think sometimes it's really good because it helps you like strengthen yourself. It's like weightlifting.
Well,
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like if
if
you
they
have to
come
argue
back,
against
that's
someone
no
that
problem.
obstinate, it takes a while. You really have to sharpen your arguments.
Or your tolerance, or your self-control. That's what's helped me with a lot is self-control, because I was very emotionally reactive for like a really long time. Like, I mean, it was so easy to trigger me. And I was like, somebody could have me in tears, like over nothing almost. And so I just really had to like toughen up.
That's important too.
How did you do that? How did you toughen?
The world. Just like going out in the world,
It
and
just happened on its own.
yeah, pretty much. I was really like, whenever I was younger, I was really a lot more introverted, and but and it was like I was like quiet anguish, for a really long time about that, and because I was like overly concerned with what people thought about me, and so I tried really hard for a while, and that was
Oh,
exhausting.
I see. Because you would change yourself based on what they thought.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
But
had the
it's
opposite problem. I never cared what people thought because I never knew what they thought. Like I never had a way of telling what they thought,
that's the ideal place to be.
and I didn't like them anyway. Like I don't care what people I don't like think about me,
I was
so
a
I could just
teenager for
ignore
about
it.
18 months once, and that was pretty much the extent of my trying, worrying about that sort of stuff.
Your child too, because mine is a young adult, but still.
Especially
Yeah.
strangers. If I don't know somebody, it's hard for me to care what they think. If they don't know me, I don't know them. There's not a lot of investment.
What little
So their
attempt at,
opinions, it's not based on much. It's superficial impressions.
let's see,
Yeah.
so I was like an early teenager and I had my little 18-month, like that was the closest thing I ever got to actually being a normal teenager, having the teenage angst was very short little period of time. Then after that, I just stopped, like, I progressively stopped what little masking, I guess would be the right word that I was doing. And then I found from my observation, people like me better. Like,
Yeah.
I'm certainly more effective, like what little dressing I was told that I had to put on top of stuff, like it was awkward and irritating. And then I just stopped and it's like, my
Mas-
experience has certainly improved.
Masking is a valuable skill under certain circumstances, but I don't think it should be the norm for sure, because you forget who you are.
Like if you get stopped by a cop.
Well, it's just when it doesn't fit with the rest of your personality, like not everyone is going to interact with other people in the same way. And just because it's not the sort of like most well-traveled, well-greased pathway to working to interacting with other people doesn't mean it isn't legitimate. And it doesn't mean that it's necessarily abrasive. It's just, like bluntness is not inherently is not equivalent to abrasiveness, right? Like those are not the same thing, but they're often I think in my experience they're often
Gluttony?
do what
Bluntness.
no bluntness and abrasiveness. I think they're often kind of
Wait, what's the
framed
first
as
word?
if they're the same thing.
Blunt.
Bluntness.
Blunt.
Blunt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bluntness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
I
like,
think
I'm
that's coming.
definitely blunt.
Coming. You're forthcoming. That's great.
Yeah. But I'm not necessarily abrasive. But I'm treated a lot. I've been, the social
Yeah, because you're not being polite. And
impressions,
I don't care if
especially.
people
Yeah.
think I'm abrasive or not,
Yeah. Well, I
or
don't either.
blunt.
But
I mean, I like blunt.
to
I
be
like
fair,
when people are blunt
there's
with
yeah,
me. I think so. I try to do that to other people because it's what I would want for myself.
exactly.
But if
But
they find that abrasive, I could care less.
yeah, I don't care either.
I think people
But
forget you wouldn't say anything if you didn't care.
yeah. Well, and
Right, you're right. Because the people that I really don't care about, I don't tell them anything.
Yeah,
I'm not
right,
so
blunt to them at all because I don't even care if they have the information or not.
they're taking
right.
offense to the fact that you care, and that is kind of problematic.
Or you're having a conversation and everybody's like, you should leave those people. I'm like, if they want me to go away, they can say so.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I'm
Right.
not
Oh,
enjoying the
that yeah. I hate
conversation.
when people
I must
babysit
assume
conversation for
that they are
adults.
having enjoying the conversation, and I give them the agency and the respect to assume that they can tell me to buzz off if
Yes,
they're tired of
exactly.
talking and want to go back to eating at the restaurant or whatever.
There all these
Man,
white
that's
knights. I hate that.
so hard.
Yeah,
So hard
and
to
then
That's a
there's
grown person. They have a mouth.
yeah.
yeah, everything's much better once I stopped even worried about it. But there's like an extra layer on there when you're of the female configuration. I feel like
Yeah,
you're
everybody
supposed to be
Oh,
extra
it's
grateful.
something to do with gender.
They're like it's not exclusive to it. It's just like there's an extra little emphasis, right? Like
Because you're
the
supposed to be compliant.
right, like you're supposed to be more, I would say, agreeable, right? Like you are encouraged by the sort of social um group, and to
I'm
be
like
more
Y'all can't
agreeable.
just ignore it like we do.
I ignore it essentially, like, but
Oh,
I'm aware of it. Like it's like I became aware of it, when I was like an early teen, because it was like, like when you're a little kid, like I wasn't aware of it. Like I felt it, but I hadn't coherently analyzed it to understand what it was and where it was coming from. I just felt it as sort of uncomfortable and confusing, a lot of that stuff.
was it like peer pressure, like a form of peer pressure?
It's, yeah, it's a form of it, I would say. Yeah, it
I think
resembles it.
like the social programming of society like really pushes a lot of things onto I know with my experience as a female that like if you are too assertive, you are a bitch.
So, just I'd be like, so okay, I'm
And
a
sometimes
bitch then.
that's true, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's like I'm just doing me, you know? It's like it's not all about you, dude, you know? It's like I'm
Try to
sorry.
explain to people, it's like I'm identify as an asshole, not a bitch.
Yeah, me too. Or a dick.
Which
I'm a
makes
dick.
perfect sense to the people that I care of, that I care to interact with.
Yeah, I've been called a dick a few times. I call my friends cunts. That's a sign of affection.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, like, so I remember I took what was it, the interpersonal communication mandatory class in college. And one day they split up and they're like, all right, all the girls go to one side and all the guys go to the other. And they're like, okay, as a group, we were supposed to come up with questions to ask the other group. And it was extra irritating and boring because, the girls would ask the guys like, why do you guys love working on, fast cars and I don't know, and action movies, and I'm just like, can I please switch groups? And then the guys would ask, girls like, why do you have so many shoes? And I it was so awkward because I'm like, I do not second any of these things. Like these are the stupidest. My first paper I wrote in college was about the social construct, even though I didn't have the words social construct because I'd been not going to school, right, and like living out in the middle of nowhere. Like I was so about, I think as much as, without being just like totally isolated, like I was familiar with the quote unquote real world, right? Like sort of normal society, but I was generally not exposed or under its sort of tutelage constantly. And so I was very aware of this like social construct. And to me, like, the way that they do schools where it's like they force kids of exactly the same age to interact with other kids. And I'm like, that's not natural. And
What do
I
you
still
mean?
get a lot of pushback on that opinion. They're like, because as a homeschooler, they were like, well, how are you going to socialize with people your own age? And the joke was, and I think there was a Mallory Fillmore cartoon that's still on my mom's fridge that says, homeschool kids don't have problems socializing with other kids their age as long as they remember to use smaller words and shorter sentences. Like that. I was perfectly capable of socializing and interacting with adults,
Me
but
too.
the sort of like forced retardation or like, like social stuntedness to me of kids my age, that to me that's what the schooling where they just force them to be with other kids their age does. It's like, yeah, I didn't really get
But
along with that.
what should they be doing?
I don't know, but but to claim that that is in fact natural, I think is erroneous,
I've
right?
never heard the claim it was natural. It's just what Made the
or
most sense.
or
Like to group
useful.
kids together by their
Well,
their
there are sensible reasons, but they
cohort.
try to say it's good for so that that's the proper way to socialize them. I'm like, if
Oh
all
yeah,
you
I've
can
never
get,
heard
I
that.
think it infantilizes them because that's not real world. In the real world, you have to be able to get along with 5-year-olds and 50-year-olds and 20-year-olds and 100-year-olds, right? Like you have to be able to effective socialization would be learning how to
But
interact with people
how
of
would
all
you
ages.
start school? Like if
Well, we did it
Head
in
Start and kindergarten and first, you'd want to start with kids that are all at that just also starting school.
Right, but the thing
You
is
can't
that
hold
you're
some
talking
kids
about.
back and wait for a different age group and then
yeah, we have classrooms
Right,
with
I think you're
grade.
mistaking me. I'm not proposing that teaching like actual academic subjects be done differently because it does make sense because you're starting from right, like you're essentially starting at the same place when you're teaching them things. But the argument is made often that is the proper way to
I
socialize.
guess I've never heard those arguments. They
Yeah, well,
never come up.
as an old homeschooler, that like literally people would threaten to call the truancy officer on. Like I was, like when I was doing it, my mom literally carried when I was little, she carried a um, a small printed off copy of the statute that said that it was legal, that homeschooling was a real thing, because people wouldn't believe it.
And they
They would
thought you
see
were
me in
just
town
ditching
and they
school.
would want to call the cops on me and stuff. Like literally my mom had to keep a copy of the statute in her
Well, because they weren't
purse.
supposed to be. God damn it!
How big was your town?
That's like 12,000 people. It's a small town.
12,000? Oh, okay. Yeah, I
I
guess
I
was
mean,
that's big enough
yeah,
for.
this isn't
kids.
even like a big town where people didn't know me or know me. And she still had to, but definitely had to keep it with us if we went to a big town, or something. Yeah, it was like now everybody kind of knows what it is, but back then, like it was very, and I had to take like the achievement tests, right? Like the placement tests every few years. They and then they would score them wrong, which was very irritating. One time they completely like messed up my scoring.
Yeah, whenever they did the competency exams and stuff like that, I was always like, I had like college level reading comprehension when I was in fifth
Is
grade,
that
and
where you bubble it? You
Yeah,
bubble in the
they're
scantrons?
like protos, like they're like the SAT and stuff. They're just like we had to
Yeah,
take
I
one in
never
like
paid
third
attention to that.
grade.
I remember taking them, but I never paid attention to them.
Basically, like every 2 years, they call them the achievement tests where I'm
Yeah,
yeah,
from. But yeah,
it was
and
like
I had
two
to,
two
yeah,
days of class, and you'd sit there and bubble
yeah.
scantrons.
And
really.
I always scored like in the top five, or
I don't even
easily
know
the
if they
top
ever
10
told us our
percentile.
scores.
And
Yeah,
and then one year, so my mom I had cousins who homeschooled, so my mom would actually proctor the test to all of us. And then one year, I was the only one that year who had to take one. So they had like a group in town that I went and did, and I went and did it in town. And I got the scores back, and my scores were like in the, like less than 10th percentile. it's like, it's like, I think this is wrong. And they had my name wrong too, like, because you bubble in your name. Well, they had
Oh,
my name spelled wrong. So I'm like, this
how
is,
can the computer get your name wrong?
I don't know, like
You
the
must have did a bubble
calibration of the
wrong.
bubble reader must have been off. And they were like, well, we had to fight to get them to rescore it, because it's like, I know how to spell my name. I didn't misspell my name. So
Did
if
you did you miss bubble it? Like, did you not color
no,
one of the bubbles right?
but you gotta, so it's like my normal test. This was like the last one I ever took before. And it's like, I always scored in the top 10th percentile easily. And this one was like, if you had taken one of my scores and flipped it upside down, like all of my scores were like bottom 10th percentile. like the probability, I hadn't had any, it's not like I had my brain taken out and replaced with a walnut or something. So yeah, it was frustrating. And then about then they actually removed a lot of the regulations, and that was the last one I ever had to take.
Oh,
Because used to you had to report. My mom had to like provide a schedule of like how many days in the year we were going to school, and like kind of a curriculum outline, and like all of this paperwork every year. And then they did it. Then it moved on to where it's like, okay, you really don't have to do all these compliance hoops, which is much better. But yeah, it was wild being an early being a
Yeah,
homeschooled like back in the early 90s.
the small school that I went to was like 2 classrooms. It was like kindergarten through third grade, and then fourth, fifth, and sixth in the other room. And so the kindergartner, as a kindergartner, we would like have like all the first, second, and third grader classes at the same time. So and there was 2 teachers, and I think that's why I was ahead of the other third graders whenever we moved. I mean, like a lot ahead. I mean, I didn't like get up. I mean, they didn't catch up to where I was until like probably 6th or 7th grade. By
Makes
and
perfect sense.
but they were all much more like good at the like social structure hierarchies and cliques and all that stuff, because I was like, that was like not a thing, because like there was only so many people in your class, and those were the people that you were friends with, like all of them. Like I was friends with 6th graders whenever I was in kindergarten. They lived across the street from me. It was like
Yeah.
all, and so, and I was only I wasn't around any other kids at all until I was 3 years old. I mean, my parents were teen parents, but that's about the closest I got to being around other children.
Hmm.
So and my mom was very much like, she didn't do baby talk, and she like treated me at at the level that I could get, basically.
Right.
Oh my God! Yeah, nobody did baby talk with us.
Yeah, no, I
That's
was one
probably
of my
why I hate
parents.
it so much today when people talk to me like I'm a child, because I never, they didn't, even as a child, they didn't talk to us like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the high
I
pitch works on dogs and cats, though. They actually pay more attention to it, but
Yeah,
not
welcome. It
really.
makes me irritated.
yeah.
The best way to get a kid's attention is to ignore them.
Oh,
And
that was my favorite.
I
I liked
just
it when I was
talk to
ignored.
them, just like I
yeah,
talk to y'all. I
yeah.
didn't talk different to the kids than I talked to any other adult.
I just usually just do something. It's really funny. I'll draw, or like I'll like go out in the yard and like look at rocks or something, and the kids always come around. It's like I like kids, but I don't act like I like them, because that doesn't. They get
I'm the
bossy.
opposite. They love me, and I don't necessarily want them
They're
around.
like,
But I
no,
don't.
you be the
They
you.
That's not the message they get.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
no, really bossy? No, I'm not even
I
gonna play
try
with
to
you.
be like send out
I like kids once
aversions.
they can talk. I don't like dislike them, but I'm never the like person that's like, "Ooh, let me hold the baby." Ooh, and it's just like
Mm-mm.
Love
You
I'm
need
just
babies.
to.
like I'm okay. I can if you need me to, but you know, up until about 12, like kids from about, like 4 to like I don't know, maybe 12 years old. That's like ideal. And then they start turning into irritating teenagers.
I love 3-year-olds the best. Like 3 or 4-year-old is like just when they're starting to like really
Oh
get
yeah,
language, and everything is like so cool.
yeah. They
And
have to be able to talk. Like even teaching, I could teach third grade on up, but first and second grade, I could not. I was horrible with those because they still weren't able to fully articulate or understand what you were saying. Third grade, the communication was more or less established by then.
Yeah. I have a little niece, and I guarantee she's been able to understand me before she gets hardly talk. Is amazing. And she's like 3 and talks better than most adults. She might be a little bit advanced.
just like, whoa, this kid is like advanced.
Oh, I'm just like, this is perfectly normal to me. Everybody's like, I'm like, this seems normal. Like I remember stuff from when I was like a year old. I remember being able to think of things that I couldn't express. And by the time I was her age, I was, you know, pretty close to like, there's stories of that I don't even necessarily remember, but I learned how to play 5 card draw, and I always
Yep.
had a pack of cards with me. And when I was like 3 or 4, and my mom was on this agricultural commodities board, and so we would go to these meetings, and she'd leave me in the other room. I had a stack of puzzles. I usually just sat in the meetings and sat on the floor and did puzzles, but but I also had my deck of cards, and so if I could talk one of the old farmers into a game of poker, I did. So there's these stories around from people that I don't remember half of them, but yeah, there's like they have a little like toddler who'd like talk all these old guys into playing poker.
Yeah. I don't know. My mom was relaying this story to me the other day about like how like whenever I was little and she was around like other kids eventually, you know, they're like 4 years old, 5 years old, or whatever. And the kids would like just always ask my mom questions, and my mom would just answer them, and like sometimes the parents would like intervene and like tell the kids, you know, like be quiet and stuff like that. My mom was like, "What? Let her ask the questions. I don't mind answering these questions." It's like, and she was always like that with me. I would just ask her questions, and she would just always answer me, like even if they were like, you know, whenever I grew up on a farm, so I like knew about sex, like, and I had a lot of questions. So my mom was very forthcoming, thankfully. I mean, she wasn't like all prudish about it, or like she didn't like think it was inappropriate stuff for me to know. And I think that really turned out well for me, like, because I didn't have all the hangups that a lot of people have, you know. It's still, I had enough hangups as it was, you know. It would have been just worse otherwise.
Well, growing up on a farm, you have to be rooted in reality. Like you have to, your feelings about things can vary, but your actual knowledge of how things work is important. Like, people doesn't function to give farm kids like false, like explanations of how things work.
Well, yeah, and they're going to have questions, and not answering them is not good, I don't think. I mean, it's like you have to come up with some answer. And I don't think it's really all that good to like protect kids from the way the world is. I think it's like parents' job to like really equip kids to survive in the world as it is. I don't,
Right.
Yeah. My mom didn't protect us from anything. She loved coming home and telling us the latest tragedy, or did y'all hear about that murder that happened? Did y'all hear? Oh, y'all, let me tell you, there was a baby they found in the dumpster at like she never protected us. She loved telling us that shit.
yeah, and my oldest was in kindergarten, 9/11, you know, and there was she had a lot of questions.
I feel like my parents tried a little bit. Like there was a rule for a while because I read Dune when I was like 9 or 10, and I got really obsessed with reading like proper science fiction.
Me
And so
too.
my mom had a rule that my dad had to read the book and like approve it before I could read it. But I read too fast, and also my dad was really lenient, so his approval was pretty easy to get. But
I was the only one in my family that read,
but
so I got to
eventually
read
they were
anything I
just
wanted,
like
and nobody cared. Nobody
I,
even
I
knew what
just
I was
started because
reading.
I'm like I can't wait on all these books to be approved. Like I need to read them now because I'm already done with the last one.
Yeah, see,
And
music and reading, like books, I could read any books that I wanted, and I could listen to pretty much any music that I wanted. But I had to like my dad was pretty strict with like not allowing me to watch like sex scenes in movies. I would have to turn my head or like look down, and stuff like that. But my mom, she was always very forthcoming about any questions that I had about anything. And
yeah,
All we had was TV and movies, like the cinema, because there was no VCR. And so, unless it was a rated R movie, which you needed your parents to get the ticket anyway, there were no scenes to monitor because it was primetime TV and then whatever PG movie you could see at the theater without your parents.
I remember we had satellite TV. I mean, my dad was the one that like we're a lot alike anyway. But my mom occasionally tried to slow things down, and my dad we watched Highlander when I was a little kid. We kept that was
that was
what
something I
I would watch movies with my dad and whatever. And I remember there was a channel that came on, and they started just like airing like these recordings of like surgeries. I just remember me and my
Oh, I
dad would
can't to
watch
this.
those.
I can't even today as an adult. I cannot watch those things.
We were like watching knee surgery and laughing because it's
Oh
like, oh,
my
we
God! I know.
we have those
Oh, the
powers.
Discovery Channel used to air stuff like that. I'd
Yeah,
have
yeah,
to.
like
I'd have to run out of the room
like
when
in the early days of the Discovery Channel and TLC and stuff. Me and my dad watched
you'd be
all that stuff.
flipping channels and there'd be this huge
Yeah,
live body on the table cut open with all these parts. Oh my God!
yeah, yeah.
and it was real. It wasn't even like a film, like fiction, Hollywood.
Do you
Yeah,
think
no,
you were,
you could just watch surgeries. Yeah.
Jeff, do you think you were traumatized by your mom being like so like reporting all the negatives? Did that like affect you
No,
negatively?
I don't. Not to the degree that actual trauma traumatized me as an
Yeah,
adult.
that's what I was thinking. It was like, I mean, I can think of things that people probably would think that I was kind of mean. I mean, I lied to my kids on purpose, but then when they figure it out, I would sit down and talk to them about it.
I think I was more traumatized about Santa Claus than
Oh,
any
I
of
was.
the news
I was
stories that she told us. I
oh,
do remember, like my seventh or eighth birthday, she took me and my friend to see Jaws, Jaws 2,
oh, that was horrible. I hated that
and
movie so much.
she had to take me out of the. It ruined my birthday. Like we had to leave. I was crying and screaming. I couldn't believe that she took me to see that movie for like that. Like she thought that would be a good birthday for me.
Yeah, I saw that at 7 or 8, but I didn't see it in the theater, thank God. But it was like had like VHS or something, and yeah, or it was on DVD.
Yeah. Oh, that was. I really that Santa Claus thing really shook my world.
That's how old I was whenever I figured it out. 14.
Oh my God! I thought I was old.
I'm just
A
like, I don't even
lady,
remember when I figured it out. I just remember for as long as I can remember, I knew that if I repeatedly told my parents that I wanted one thing for Christmas, that that's what Santa always got me. And I
We got to
also
make the
I
Christmas
figured out the
list.
tooth fairy thing really fast because I did an experiment and I didn't tell anybody just to confirm because I was I was pretty small and I was like, okay, I'll try this. And like, if I don't tell anybody that I pulled my tooth and put it under my pillow, will
Will the
anything
fairy
happen?
come?
And nothing happens. And so I made sure to make sure that everyone was informed after that, so that I would
I
get my
busted
money.
my mom one morning. Like the fair, she. I had a
That's what my
tooth and they
brother did.
forgot to. She
He like
forgot to
put a
put
hidden
money, and
camera
so
in the
I
room.
cried. I'm like, the tooth fairy didn't pass.
I do.
And she said, "Are you sure?" And she went to her purse and she came back and I could feel her working her hand under the pillow. She goes, "Look again. Look, they left you $1." I'm like, "You put that there." And then she admitted it. She fessed up to it. And she said sometimes the tooth fairy's busy and they get the parrots to put the money for them because they
Yeah,
don't have time to pass. And I believed her. She sold me on it. I'm like, "Oh, okay."
I swear it was either my little brother or my little sister literally like set a trap and like put like a hidden camera in the room to just to catch the tooth fairy.
I'm so lucky my parents were not like that because I was that's how I found out was I was a snooper. I like to snoop and like sometimes when I was left home alone, I would just go like look through my parents' stuff and I found the Christmas presents. Like and I like didn't say anything, but then on Christmas morning I was like, this is the stuff that was in there.
I just feel like so much stuff like that was just obvious or like I figured out the spanking thing when I was like 2 or 3, right?
What's
Like
the spanking thing?
I figured out how to not get spanked again.
Oh, we never got spanks.
Oh, I
I'd
could
have to
Because it
figure that
occurred
one
to
out.
me that all I had to do was endure it, and like there was no actual imperative to not go back to doing the thing that I was ostensibly being spanked for. And I'm like, well, if I don't allow it to work, like I remember having this logic in my head. Not, I guarantee I was no older than like 3, and
my
I'm like,
youngest
if it doesn't work, they probably won't do it. And sure enough, like I just took 2 or 3 times, and I just went right back to doing what I did before, and they never spanked me again. It's
I
very
only had to
effective.
spank my kids once each, and then we had the like a talk afterwards, to process it. And but with my youngest, like she was real bossy, like 3 years old, like telling full grown, like gigantic adults what to do and bossy. And I like was at my wits' end, like, how do I because she was not like listening to anything that I was saying. Like she was just doing whatever the frick she wanted. And I loved the Moxie. The Moxie was good, but I just like was like, okay, she's gonna go into the world and somebody's gonna just like freaking kick her ass. And so I kind of like orchestrated. Basically like this guy that was she was bossing around. I was like, okay, you want to do me a favor? I was like, don't hurt her. at all. But next time she starts doing that, will you just pick her up and scare the fuck out of her? Just scare her and then put her down and I'll deal with her. And she was much more compliant after that. And you know, that's unconventional, but it worked really well. And
It's psychologically
put a little bit of
standard.
fear got into
That
her.
I mean, to be fair, that works on most kids.
Yeah. Well, and it was not something that I could do alone. So
Yeah.
I had to, you know, enlist somebody else's assistance. But
Hang on, I'm traumatized right now by this $20 for a tooth.
wow, somebody.
Oh my God, we got
glitched.
coin money. We're like, if every now and then we get $1, that is the most we ever got for a tooth, and that was on a good day. If you got $1, mostly it was dimes and quarters, and you would spend it at school in the candy machine. $20 for a tooth.
I got $1 allowance every week, and I saved it, like, because we were gonna go to Disneyland, and I was saving it up for like years, and then I forgot to bring it.
40.2. God,
I used to hide
I am
money from myself
stunned
and
that
couldn't find it.
we never got allowance at all.
No, I didn't get allowance.
I tried to get my mom to set up an allowance system. It was too complicated for her to keep up with. We never. Anytime you wanted something, you just had to beg her for until she gave it and gave it to you. That was our allowance system.
I got help buying baby orphan Kevs, and then I bottled them, and then I sold them, and then my prize was I got audited when I was 6 years old and start paying taxes.
What? By the government?
Yeah, but the Social Security
How could you
Administration.
audit a six? Did you say 6 or 16?
No, 6.
How could you audit a 6-year-old kid?
They made my mom take me to the Social Security Administration, like the nearest federal building,
That's
which was
ridiculous.
like 30 miles away. And knowing what I know now was probably legal, they made my mom leave the room, and they interviewed me for who knows how long.
Ooh, you're lucky you didn't get a
Why don't
one of
they get
those,
audited for tooth fairy
Well,
money?
the thing is that I was legitimately making the money. I was active. Like, I owned cattle. I was doing the work. Because they thought my parents were, like, hiding money. And they finally brought my mom back, and they said, the good news is your daughter is actually, like, making money. She's doing the work.
What about kids
Like,
that do
the bad
lemonade
news is she now
stands
has to
and
start
shit?
paying self-employment tax. So, I was highly incentivized to be a highly productive member of society from an early age.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. Most people don't believe me. I'm like, no, I was audited when I was.
I mean, I believe you, but I don't believe that's
But it's
the
crazy.
norm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems a little ridiculous
Yeah.
that they have to tax.
I saw somebody on X the other day that said that they were audited when they were 6, and I'm like, I left them a message. I'm like, the only other person I've ever even heard, claim that.
Yeah, and this is proof that friggin' bureaucracy and government is friggin' predatory. Yeah, it's like
It's not predatory. Oh my
it is.
God. What is it preying on? Just because you have
Well,
to
I
pay
mean,
taxes?
No, I pay sales tax.
but the organizations that are enforcing it like that, right? Like,
Well, for a
they went
6-year-old,
after
yeah.
a
But again,
6-year-old,
like I said, I don't
and that
feel like this
was
is the
30 years
norm.
ago.
Yeah.
Well, basically, my siblings just started. I mean, they waited a couple more years. They didn't get audited. They just started filing taxes when they were little kids too, in order to not even to not get audited.
I mean, I don't think that income tax was something that was supposed to be. It was only supposed to be temporary.
Correct.
And for some reason,
How do you propose a society to fund itself and to run?
Traditionally, it was funded by tariffs, by external revenue, not internal revenue.
Like taxes?
yeah, and people will
Yeah, I mean, up until what was it? I mean,
I mean,
only in
some states don't pay tax. They don't have an income tax.
yeah, but I mean, the U.S. government was not funded by an income tax was unconstitutional until they made an amendment.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it was historically
But
for
I don't
most
understand.
of
Do
its
people
existence
not
started
feel
too.
like they should contribute to society? They just want a society, but they don't want to have to put anything into it.
Why
Well,
do
but
you
it's
need
one of those things. It's a matter of when does it become de-incentivizing production? When does it, right? Like you're should it be on income? Should it be on should it be a productivity tax, which is an income tax? Should it be or consumption tax? Like, I mean, there's a lot of different, there's the arguments of like whether or not there should be tax or not, but then there's a whole lot of arguments about whether the tax should be graduated, whether the tax should
Right,
be
and each
flat,
state and
and
locality
at
kind of
what
works that out
stage,
for
right,
themselves.
and what stage should you tax, right? And with an income tax, I mean, it essentially is a tax on productivity, which is not particularly incentivizing of productivity. So there's a lot of problems with an
Will you
income
want the
tax.
federal government to do a sales tax?
I think a consumption tax would be preferable to an income tax. Yes,
Well,
Yeah, I
get
agree.
enough people
because
together
if
with
it's a
the political
consumption,
will and get it changed. But
yeah, I
I
mean,
don't
it's a
think
trend.
that an income tax is corruption or oppression or all this other like narrative that
I
people
don't think
spin
it's
up around it.
inherently the worst thing ever. I think that it can become, I think when the enforcement agency becomes overpowered and over spiteful, and when it starts being used spitefully and non equally, right? Like it's one of those things. It's definitely a danger. So you have to monitor and make sure that your income tax or whatever your system is doesn't get overly corrupted
You
and
don't think
overly
there's oversight and
empowered.
accountability?
Not right
No,
now. They're not really.
no.
No.
Some of it is, I mean,
I mean, there's evidence that that the IRS has been used punitively against certain political groups. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, Zephyr.
no, I think that's true. And
Yeah.
that's good.
Well, now we're
There's
getting
evidence of it.
well, okay.
Well, and there's just so much that, like, I would
So
rather
we
not
should have an
drive
income
more.
tax at all because
I mean, I think that it should be more up to a vote whether or not federal spending like goes to excessive like foreign military stuff.
Yeah.
don't we vote when we vote for our representatives who vote on that kind of stuff?
From a very controlled group of people.
Yeah.
It's
Do you have any concept of like how curated your list of candidates are?
it's very much served to you from
Even your primary candidates are incredibly curated.
Yep.
Well, anybody can run for office.
But there
Like,
they
do
have
you
a
think there's
finger on
this
who's on the
secret
ballot.
cabal that goes and handpicks citizens and say we're going to recruit you to run for
No.
office or do you think it's grassroots? It's like people saying, "Hey, I want to run for office and
I
let me
think
file
There's some of
the
both.
camp."
There's people that are picked. There's people that are trained. In the state of New Mexico, like 75% of the Democrat females that have been elected have been through this quote unquote emerge program, which is just this little factory for
yeah,
far leftists.
I know one
But
of them
go
that
ahead.
is
Well, you
high up.
could so anybody can go through the emerge program then and become one of
Possibly.
those candidates.
Okay, but now let me tell you something. This is legitimately something I didn't know or understand until I ran for office. Anybody can choose to run for office, essentially. There are people who are picked. There are people who do it out of nowhere, who are grassroots. They're all allowed to campaign. They do whatever. And then there's this. Everybody knows about the primary election,
Hmm.
and everybody knows about the sort of fall convention. The later in the year party convention where they officially assign the delegates to go to the general. But very few people know about the pre-primary convention that most parties have and what they do at that convention. So in order to get on the primary ballot, you have to have so many signatures. And it's, based on the size of the district, how many people you're
Right,
running
like
to represent.
each state and county
Okay,
or whatever has different requirements. So how
right.
to get on the ballot, but
Okay.
signatures is usually one of them.
Yeah, you have to have so many signatures. In order to get on the ballot, at least in this state, and it's not an uncommon practice, this protocol. You have to have there's a number of signatures. You get that many signatures, and then you get 20% of the pre-primary delegates for your district to vote for you at the pre-primary convention. Now, you only have to have 20%, which isn't a lot. right? In most cases, and then you get on the ballot. If you do not get the nod at the pre-primary convention, right? If the party doesn't want you on the ballot, because it's easy to give you 20%, right? Like it's very rare that there's more than 5 people running for a primary slot. So all they have to do is just say, okay, everybody kind of, they put their thumb on it. And if you do not get that nod at the pre-primary from the party whose primary slot you're running for, you have to get double the signatures, and you have like 3 weeks to do it. It is significantly more difficult to get on the ballot without the party's pre-primary approval. And so, in effect, what happens is the party decides, and they tend to only pick like 2. They go, we're going to put these 2 people on the primary ballot, and nobody vote for anybody else at the pre-primary, and that's it. It is extremely rare that anybody gets on the primary ballot that did not get the party's approval.
Well, we
at the
are a
pre-primary
two-party
convention.
system, so if you're trying to run for office, it's probably better to go through one of the 2 parties. But I have seen third-party candidates on ballots, and
Yeah, but
all it
within
means
your party,
in
like I
your
said,
case is it's
they have
just
a
more
hard thumb
difficult.
on it.
There's more hurdles to clear,
I'm just
but
saying
it's not.
I mean, I'm just saying that there is a finger on who it is highly curated. It's not impossible to get past the party pick, right, to get on without their nod. It just very rarely happens. But the people who people think that they're getting choices from between, right, on the primary ballot is highly curated.
And in New Mexico, the primaries, you have to be a registered Democrat or Republican. You cannot be an independent to vote in the primaries.
Yeah.
So that's like basically it's chosen by the 2-party system almost exclusively for the first.
But I didn't understand how much control they had over who you thought you had a choice between on the primary ballots until I was actually involved in it. And they really exert their power to curate your primary choices.
Yes, they do. And it's very cliquey, and it's a lot like run by like powerful families and stuff in the.
Yeah, regardless of who's in charge of it, the parties exert their power and they enjoy having control over who you think you're getting. When you think you're getting a choice in the primary, it has already been weeded down, and you're essentially picking between who the party has already decided is okay most of the time. Yeah, like I said, I had no understanding of how much that was true until I saw it with my own eyes.
In New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Here, it's like that. And it's like there's like a few like very like limited families. I mean, I actually like have friends that like my friend Todd, his mom was a secretary for Pete Domenici, and my friend Charmaine, she was a secretary for Richardson. And Richardson, I could tell you some stories about Richardson. I mean, because Charmaine, she's kind of a party girl. She's actually a news anchor for a while too, but after that,
yeah, I like it when we tell people, you're like, okay, 2 out of 3 of our current elected U.S. representatives have strong connections to Epstein. Yeah. People are like, no, and we're like, yeah, no, they literally worked for him.
Like, I've heard stories about like drug use in the office, all sorts of things, and and it's definitely believable coming from the source.
Yeah, there's certain people that would basically made it a point to tell me some stuff about politics when I got into it, kind of to try to basically like see if I had the cojones to really involve myself, because it really is extremely. I mean, the stories I've heard about I mean, I knew it was going on, but then when you hear the actual stories from the people who know it, and you hear, what actually happened, you're like, this is corrupt, and there's like quid pro quo and behind the scene deals going on. And then you start hearing some of the actual stories, and you're like, whoa, yeah, like I'll believe it, but it's still
But those
weird when you
stories have
start
been
hearing
around
them.
since the beginning of the country.
Well, and just
Well, I
because
mean,
you're
there's
That just
literally
seems
like
like politics, but that doesn't
political
seem like
cartoons from
the
200 years ago discussing the corruption of Santa Fe politics and the Santa Fe ring. Like New Mexico, like they're so they sent in like a bunch of federal like FBI agents to monitor to deal with something here, and they left a couple of years ago, and there are these FBI agents on record going that New Mexico has the most corrupt politics they have ever encountered. There are, and this is both the perfect joke, but it's not a lie. There are people from Chicago who have come to New Mexico and said, "I would rather go back to Chicago for the if for the said the New Mexico politics are more corrupt than Chicago, which is the most infamously corrupt politics." And it's been that way, yeah, for ever.
it has, and
Like,
and
New Mexico is exceptionally corrupt when
and
it
it has
comes to
have a
politics.
lot more influence than people are willing to admit. And I know this because of where I live and the people that I know, and because they're like my neighbors. So, or their distant relatives are my neighbors,
Right.
and it's like very what do they call it? Whenever nepotism, there's a lot of
A lot of
nepotism.
nepotism, a lot of you don't prosecute me for that cocaine bust, and I will get you elected to DA.
Oh, yeah, well, and they just had the whole scandal with the cops, the sheriffs and stuff recently too.
Well, I
Basically,
feel like that's just like an ongoing thing. It's just like which it gets so it actually makes the news occasionally.
yeah. Well, and the sheriffs here outside of the city limits, they have been fighting the lapel cams for a long time. Um, which why would you fight wearing a lapel cam? It really,
why do they say they're fighting it?
uh, they haven't really that much.
Well, if they're going to fight it, they have to make a case for that's what fighting is
Well,
saying why you don't think it's a good idea.
not in a system that is like because I said so. I mean, and pretty much anybody that speaks too loudly about certain things ends up with legal issues. They get
Yeah,
pulled over.
and then like if you go legal routes, so like there's been some bills passed over the last few years, and then there are legal routes to sort of like have them a referendum and have them put on the ballot so that people can vote directly on them, right? If you disagree with them. So for example, there was a bunch of like extremely transgressive like anti 2A stuff that went through, and the processes were gone through, the paperwork was filed, and the Secretary of State's office just kind of did everything but physically give us the finger, and that's only because we couldn't see them, because I'm sure they actually did. And they said, just because you did everything right and filled out all the paperwork and fulfilled all of the requirements to have this addressed, right? Or at least like not even gotten to the point where it would be like approved to be on the ballot, just like to get it to where that's a possibility, right? Like to have your paperwork filed. They just gave them the finger and said, we refuse to accept this. Like they didn't justify it. They just said nope. Like we're just going to pretend we never got this in the mail.
That's what
Yeah.
they said on the public record.
Basically,
We're gonna pretend we never got it. I doubt that. I
that's not
doubt that
exactly what they said, but they said we don't have to explain ourselves. We're going to ignore it. That's what they did.
they put that on record. We don't have to explain ourselves. They have to have some official reason why they
um,
rejected it.
sometimes it was like, oh, you missed some punctuation, and then after the documents were literally perfectly edited, they just kind of yeah, like you're expecting too much
Right. It
yeah.
like takes that level of skill to be able to friggin' get through all the red tape that they.
Yeah. And then they just ignore you. Like that's just it. The Secretary of State's office here is corrupt. So
Or
you dot
in
all your I's, cross all your T's, put all your
Man, I
commas
would
in the right
move if the
places.
state is that disempowering. I would just move.
I love the state though. I mean, they
Oh,
had
Okay.
okay.
If I
I
lived in a
can't
city,
tell.
I probably would. Like I still consider, but my family's we're kind of in the middle of nowhere, so the left alone factor where I'm physically
So
at
there's
is
a trade-off. You're tolerating corrupt politics because there's some kind of trade-off you get from being there.
well, it's it's a sunk cost issue.
Otherwise, you would
Like
leave and go somewhere where
being
Well, where
established.
politically hospitable.
it's going to be
If I
better.
lived in an apartment in town, like it would be one thing. But I mean, there's a ranch, and I mean, it's like switching to a different place would be. You can't just right. It isn't interchangeable. There are,
And
you
I'm
know.
closer to the city, but I'm not in the city limits. I'm in the county limits, and I live like on a dead end street, and it's pretty much there's not a lot of. I mean, we did have to deal with the what is it the basically the people that go around and they like if somebody files a complaint or if you have too many weeds or something like that. There was a few people on the street that got filed against and had to like clean up their yards or whatever like that. But it's kind of stupid because like nobody on the street is complaining, but they're kind
Mhm.
of getting themselves into these neighborhoods because they are hoping that people will become annoyed or like not come up to whatever like standard or whatever, and then they can like
Run
fine
'em
them
off.
or take their property or things like that
I
that
mean, I
happen.
live in a very rural agricultural county, and over on the east side, and it's like we had to fight, ordinances 20 years ago that were going to make it to where if you had a vehicle that didn't move every so often, you would be fine. And it's like, okay, we have farm equipment that literally only moves once a year, right? Like, it's yeah. I mean, we were fighting that kind of crap 20 years ago in an extremely rural place.
They're like, it's an eyesore, but who's really looking? Like, we have a tall fence that is you can't see through, and yet, just because there was some clutter in the yard of, projects or whatever is going on the property, like they like posted a notice that this is against the ordinance, and you have this amount of time to comply, and they made it sound very like urgent, but
Mhm.
basically I went over all the ordinances and I was like, well, this guy, he's not going to bring it to the to where it's going to be seen by the higher ups unless you don't do anything. I mean, if you just like don't do anything at all. So as long as there's progress, he's going to keep checking in with you and checking in with you and checking in with you. And as long as you keep making progress and it gets done eventually, you'll be fine. But it's not always like that, especially if somebody gets a wild hair or if you piss the wrong person off, because then they start targeting you.
Mhm.
And whenever I lived in Farmington, I got into a car accident that was not my fault. But it was with the city building inspector, and he had a truck following around behind me, and the guy lied and said that it was my fault. And there was other witnesses that said it wasn't, but he had the authority, and I was not able to pay the tickets because I was a single mom and poor and blah blah blah. Whenever I was arrested and put in jail and had to go before the judge, but luckily the cops weren't given notice or whatever, and the judge was a good judge. He was actually a good guy, and he kind of like put together that I was being targeted because it was a ridiculous amount of tickets that I got in like a short amount of
Were
time.
they legitimate tickets?
Some of them, well, see, after I got into the accident, I got like probably 10 tickets I mean, every time the cops saw me, they pulled me over and gave me a ticket
For what though?
for anything that they possibly could. I
But they
had a
can they make up something, or were you actually doing something to
they were
get a
following
ticket for?
me and they were looking for me because they were basically like they were told that to do that by this building inspector guy who was like some power player or something. I don't know. But eventually that's what I ended up moving because I like I was able to pay all my tickets, but the judge dismissed like 9 of the charges though out of like 20 of them, and I paid the rest of them, and then I just moved. And I go back to visit now, but they don't know me. It's like they got rid of me. It was good for them.
Yeah,
It's no
I knew
problem. But
people that have done some of that, where it's like they had the book, and maybe they did something, but then they had like 5 extra books thrown at them with no unabridged, just because the
somebody,
wrong person, somebody with status or connections was like, take them out, like overcharge them, throw the book at them, no, right, and then if you don't get it comes down in the end to if you get a honest judge or not, and that's hit or miss.
yeah, whenever I was arrested, actually, I think I probably wouldn't have been arrested had it been any other cop, but the lady that arrested me was my next door neighbor growing up. She had been an animal control officer, and her and my dad did not get along. And so there was no way I was getting out of it because I was like, for the sins of the father,
Right.
And she had,
So you wanted a cop to get you out of it? That sounds like corruption to
she
me.
could have let me go and trusted me to like go deal with it, and I probably would have at that point. I mean, if they would have just given me a court date at that point, I would have shown up. But I couldn't pay my tickets. I didn't pay my tickets, and then I was in a vehicle that got pulled over, and they ran my license, and I had warrants for
For not
unpaid
paying your
transportation.
tickets.
Yep,
All
which
of that
were like
sounds
ridiculous
legal.
amount of tickets. It was
Well,
like,
like the DOT in this state is extremely predatory. The Department of Transportation that goes after like trucks. And the thing is that you could have a brand new truck, and this is a joke, but it's also not a joke. Straight out off, you could go buy a brand new Peterbilt, put a brand new tube of grease on the fifth wheel, put on a brand new trailer, have all your paperwork in order, and if you get pulled over and they want to ticket you for something, they can find an infraction. There is so like the regulations are so insane on like truck, semi trucks and stuff that and
yeah, and
like
just driving
where I'm
around.
at, there's a spot where they
How are all these trucking companies even doing business in New Mexico if it's
I mean, a
impossible
lot of
to
them
be
are
in
large.
compliance? It seems like the businesses themselves would.
It's a probability equation. How
Mhm.
often are you actually going to get pulled over by the DOT?
Well, it
Yeah,
sounds like often because they deliberately try to pull people
Well,
over.
it's a big state. I
yeah, it
mean,
is a
there
big.
are routes you can take. Like where I'm at, there's one spot where it's like whenever they have a graduating class of new DOT agents, they send them out here because there's way stations, right? And it's as long as you're required to go through the way station so long as it does not put more than so many miles of diversion on your intended route. Well, there's a cut across highway that is just exactly at the edge of when it would be mandatory for the trucks to go out of their way and go through the way station. So it's a very high traffic little crossroad so like they'll send them out and they'll sit them there. And I mean, there's just trucks going by all day and they just pull them up there'll be a couple of weeks where they're just pulling them over as fast as they can. But
Well, it's like Edgewood. Edgewood is like designed to confuse you and make you look suspicious long enough to where the cops can pull you over.
I
It's like
believe
a
that about Edgewood. Yeah, Edgewood is
control. It's
the some of the roads are like super slow, and then
you
yeah,
can't
it's
certain areas unless you know how to get there because it's not like real obvious, and it would be really
yeah,
easy to like go the wrong way and end up on like driving the wrong direction in
yeah,
Edgewood. Really weird because there's only like a Walmart and a Walgreens and like a few like a gas station and not much, but it's like all around this little axis, which is
yeah,
very there's no like ways to turn into all the things from the intersection.
yeah. My somebody I knew was lived there for a while, and I'd go see them, and I'd be driving around in their vehicle with them, and they would get followed around by the police for a minute.
Yeah, because they have nothing to do. They're bored
But at
and
the same time, like, and they lived in on like a nice hill there in Edgewood, and all their neighbors kept getting robbed. Like this thing is the cops are just like following the residents around, and yet somehow they're all getting robbed too. So
it's probably
it
an
didn't,
inside job.
didn't seem
Probably
like they were being extremely effective there in Edgewood.
it's probably the cops' kids that are robbing people.
Never
Well,
know.
I
Yeah.
have some bad news. It's time for me to get ready for bed.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I got to go eat me some supper. I have to go to town tomorrow. So.
So I'm gonna have to end it.
Well, don't end it all, Jeff. No.
No, just end it tonight.
Like, I'm gonna end it.
I'm a working boy now, so I got to be
Yeah,
responsible.
It was a good show today, though.
it was a good show.
Good. I'm glad people got something out of it. I definitely. Well, I guess maybe enjoy is not the right word because it was kind of horrifying, but I appreciated hearing her story,
It was
and I'm glad she
engaging.
was able to come on.
It was
It was.
engaging and informative.
Yeah, thank you. You're very, yes, very eloquent. It was engaging and informative. Bye, Helena, and everyone else. Not Laws, Jeremy,
Bye,
Diogenes was out
everybody.
there, bunch of other people. And I'll probably be out tomorrow. It depends on how my day goes. But if I'm not out tomorrow, I'll be out Wednesday, one of the 2 days. So, but probably tomorrow. But if you don't see me tomorrow, don't fret. I'll be out the day after. All right, Zephyr. Have a good
You
rest of
too.
your evening. Here, let me see if I can find a panel for y'all to go on. Who's streaming? Axis, Hebrew, Flow State. A lot of people. Here, I'll give you Axis. Axis. Digital drug distribution. That's what this is. We're all in the digital drug trade here. Here's Axis's channel. All right, not lies. Good night. See you. See, I hate this. God, why does it keep doing that? This is ruining my YouTube experience. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll see y'all in a day or two. Take care. Hey.